Hey everybody, how you doing? It's me, your best buddy Basil. Welcome to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. We're going to get the show started in just a little bit, but thanks for being here early. And good job to Annette R63 over on Twitch, who says congrats and thanks for setting up the Canary Cry Clips channel over on YouTube. Looks like that's where I'll have to go as the live stream is too late for me over here. Yeah, well, you're welcome to do that. Remember, all of the live streams are also archived all over the place, even on Twitch, right where you're at. But yes, of course, also, if you want clips, we are segmenting out the show for those who would like to, have smaller bite-sized versions of the show. We'll be doing it by segments, such as Great Reset, Flippy Updates, Politics, I Am WACCINE, all the fun segments you love or love to hate on the show will be clipped out and available at the Canary Cry Clips YouTube channel. Head on over to YouTube if you're not already there. Follow, subscribe to the channel. We don't have a good URL yet because we need 100 followers to make a cool URL. So go do that. And as well, remember, head on over to CanaryCry.Party for all the rest of your wonderful links that we've made available for you. And remember, don't tell Gonz, but it's his birthday show today. And so producers are coming in, producing the show for $39.39 as a happy birthday to our beautiful, big, grumpy 39-year-old Gonz. So if you want to do that, get in on the action. Head to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Okay, other than that, let's get the show started, folks. Stay hydrated. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. We are live to tape January 21st, 2022. This is episode 436. And today, tick Doomsday Talk. Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And I guess if you didn't hear the pre-stream, it's
a birthday boy. We've got a birthday boy, everybody. Birthday boy alert. That's right.
Happy birthday. You people did this.
Your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ is turning 39 years old.
Yeah,
wow, Gonz. You're like a real adult now, almost.
It'll be close to being adult, but it never quite gets there. That's the whole.
Mm-hmm. That's what I hear. That's what the 60 and 70-year-olds are telling me. Oh. So it gives me hope for the future.
Yeah.
Well, we're here to celebrate you, Gonzo, and we appreciate everything that you do for us. And the world is better because you were born.
Well, it's not quite my actual real birthday. That'll be tomorrow, but it is Friday.
It's Friday, It's Friday, It's Friday. It's Friday,
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, there you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing.
A lot of people have asked. A lot of people have been asking me what I want for my birthday. And what I didn't say was a fat, juicy Bitcoin dump.
That is using some crypto boy colloquialisms that don't quite sound the way you think they sound, I think.
Well,
but yes, a little pullback today, a little 10%, 11% pullback on Bitcoin. What it is it's setting up the setting up for your actual birthday, where it'll slingshot up 30%.
I actually think it'll go the other way. It'll crack down even further.
Yeah, people are freaking out, man. Bitcoin people out there, you're freaking out. I get it.
Here's what I'll say.
I just hold on.
Okay.
Don't panic.
All right, I'm not
Don't
panicking.
panic. Not you. I'm telling them. 10% is nothing. We've seen way worse dumps. It's just kind of what happens, Yeah. It's Bitcoin is not for the faint of heart. But remember, it's not just about the value in Illuminati dollars. It's about owning a store and a transactable piece of value that is not controlled by lizard people. So keep that in mind.
It's so interesting how, they have all these indicators in Bitcoin, and one of them is like the fear and greed index. Mm-hmm. And, you can tell when the market is a little too hot, when the greed index is at like 90, everybody's greedy. Mm-hmm. You're expecting a dump. And right now it's extreme fear, which is so interesting because there's also an idiom in crypto. I'm not a technical analyst at all, but I noticed people say, when in doubt, zoom out. So if you actually zoom out on the chart, and this chart here is each little candlestick there is 1 day for people watching at home. Mm-hmm. And you pull back. I made a blue line of 2021, like the last year, and we're still up. We're up from, where were we last year? Like $28,000 in January 2021, and a year later we're sitting at 37,000. We went all the way up to almost 70. But you know what I mean? You just look at it that way, and you're like, hey, still up. You're an optimist if you look at it that way.
That's what you do.
Whatever. It's all, like you said, Illuminati dollars controlling the markets, manipulating markets, crypto with no regulation against manipulation. So they openly do it.
We're all going to be fine. Don't panic, we'll be fine, folks. And speaking of not panicking and everybody's going to be fine, I mentioned it on the pre-show, mentioned it in some social posts, and I'll just mention it one more last time. If it's not too late, if you want to produce the show today, you can send in a very special happy birthday Gonz producership for $39.39 if you'd like. It's not too late. You can do that at CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. Other than that, we should remind people to like and subscribe and that kind of stuff.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
And one last thing, I forgot that I said all this in the pre-show and not in the actual show, but we got a new member of the family here at the Canary Cry radio family of products. We have the Canary Cry Clips channel, the Canary Cry Clips YouTube channel, where we'll be clipping out every single episode, Lord willing, into the segments, little bite-sized segments of the show. So if you want to share the show or heard something that you enjoyed, want to hear it again, maybe send it to a friend, head on over to Canary Cry Clips on YouTube. And all the segments are cut out. The Flippy update, the Great Reset, the AI segments, the politics, everything. It's all over there. And we're going to try to do that for every single episode. But go follow the channel if you can. As of the beginning of the stream, we had 1 subscriber. And I'm pretty sure that was you, Gonz.
Yeah. I'm number 1.
Yeah.
I'm first.
We're up to 16 now. But we need to, I'm hoping to get to 100 by the end of the show because we need to change our URL. We can't do that until we get 100.
While we were chatting about this before, and I was very proud of you for pulling the trigger and putting this together. Mm-hmm. And you said, I was mentioning how one of the videos already had like the Wikipedia link underneath under the video.
Already getting fact checked. And you were like, well, I tried to be a little more, whatever with the titles. And so one of the ones I'm looking at is The Great Reset, a totally crazy conspiracy theory. Like you're totally leaning into the other side, I'm trying
really,
to
Like the progressives would be, ooh, yeah, let's get some counter arguments, and then very disappointed.
Exactly. See, I'm trying to both appease the YouTube moderators and, try to get some people who might not normally watch our videos to check it out.
Yeah.
In reality, we also need to start a Clips channel not on YouTube. So that'll be the next thing. We'll do it on Odyssey probably, just for a backup, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
Okay, so go search YouTube for Canary Cry Clips. Follow the channel. Let's do it, folks.
Yep. And you were mentioning how, the crypto, we don't need to panic. It's okay. We don't need to panic, but some people are panicking. Mm-hmm. And I'll just play the clip here. Scary.
The Doomsday Clock is holding steady at 100 seconds to midnight. But steady is not good news. In fact, it reflects the judgment of the board that we are stuck in a perilous moment, one that brings neither stability nor security. In 2021, there was some positive developments in each of the areas of concern that the Science and Security Board reviews. However, these have not managed to outweigh the longer-term negative trends that continue to erode security. For example, the extension of the New START treaty helpfully keeps a cap on numbers of U.S. and Russian strategic nuclear weapons. Are we better off with the treaty? Absolutely. But it is a small down payment on strategic stability so desperately needed between the U.S. and Russia.
It's such a weird clip because it starts off with the Doomsday Clock and all this kind of stuff, and we're not doing good enough. Then it gets into a very specific niche thing about the START treaty between U.S. and Russia. It's like, okay.
What is this board or council or whatever she's talking about? Where did this come from?
Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists.
Okay.
And they're
sounds fun.
Yeah, and they're the ones, doing the whole display, the unveiling of the Doomsday Clock, and so we're still at 100 seconds to midnight. So
okay,
it's a big publicity stunt.
That clock doesn't move very often, so that's good news at least. I mean, why even have a clock if it doesn't count down?
Well, I don't know.
They get to move it when they decide.
But also, they got to play their cards because they're looking at, 100 seconds, how many campaigns can we, how much room do we have to dial it up?
How much fundraising can we do?
Right.
Does fundraising go up if we tick we tick it a couple forward? Everybody, we're at 98 seconds to midnight. You better get your donations in now, or else the world might end. Then when they get a big donation, they're like, "Whoo! Oh, lucky us, guys! We reversed a second. See how that works?
Go back in
donators.
Time. Become time travelers by giving to the council of whatever this is.
It's a good racket, man. We should do that.
I mean, if anybody should be doing it, it's us. But
we can have our own Doomsday Clock.
Ours can be more optimistic because it'll be, the return of Christ. It won't be the end of the world. It'll be the beginning of the restoration. So it's much more positive.
We're getting dangerously close to date setting territory.
No, we won't.
We're critical of date setters. Jesus is supposed to come back in 1988, and then 1991, and then 2012. We're a little bit different. It's countdown to Jesus's return, 100 seconds.
A metaphorical 100 seconds. Anyway, there you go. Something to think about. But in the meantime, we got robots taking over. Did you pick a Flippy? I just realized that.
Oh my gosh! I think we started. I had a couple too. I think we started the show without deciding on a Flippy, so I'm going to do it right now.
All right. Are you adding something, or are you
lost in our document here?
Okay. Well,
this is what happens. This is what happens when we try to start on time. Let's do. I don't know. Which one do you like the most?
Well, I like the jingle.
Okay.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
We could just play the jingle and just have that be the Flippy update. No, let's do the science focus one.
Okay, which one? Okay, there you go. Yeah, that is
one.
the one that was
the brain one. Yeah, this is a good one.
This is good.
It's we've seen stuff like this before, but a little update here. For those who don't know, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, Gonzo, we're at sciencefocus.com, and the headline, "This robot arm can be controlled by the power of your brain." A robot arm, a machine learning algorithm, and a brain-computer interface have been combined. A robot arm, a machine learning algorithm, and a brain-computer interface walk into a bar to create a means to help tetraplegic patients, those who can't move their upper or lower body, interact with their world. While this isn't the first time a brain interface has been used to control a robot, it has taken the technology a step further by estimating and understanding brain signals without input from the patient. This research was completed by researchers at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Lausanne. Professor Aude Billiard, the head of EPFL's Learning Algorithms and Systems Laboratory, and Jose del R. Milan, previously the head of EPFL's Brain-Machine Interface Laboratory, worked together to create a computer program that can control a robot using electrical signals from a patient's brain. The team employed a machine learning algorithm to interpret signals from the patient's brain and translate them into the articulation of a robot arm. The patient's brain activity was monitored by an EEG cap, which effectively scans the electrical activity inside the head. These brain waves would then be sent through a computer to be interpreted by the machine learning algorithm. The algorithm translates the brain signals when the patient notices an error, inferring automatically when the brain doesn't like a certain action. So this was a very interesting take. Now, as I mentioned before, we've looked into this before. We've had plenty of Flippy updates with brain-computer interfaces. But this one's a little different because the machine learning algorithm is not getting scolded by some scientist with a big red button or programmer. It is taking the negative signals directly from the brain of the user. So, you've got have you ever heard of tetraplegic?
Yeah, I think
quadriplegic. Yeah. Does tetra include the neck?
Maybe. Yeah, I've heard it before, but I don't know the exact thing. I can look it up.
Okay, well, either way, this the patient, who's having no mobility whatsoever, can train the robot on their own. So it's not even, you don't need a whole team around them helping the patient train the robot. The robot can read your displeasure straight from your brain. I imagine perhaps Gonz, as a married man, you might understand that feeling. Sometimes you can just sort of read the displeasure straight from someone's brain.
Yes, you can walk I could walk into a room with my wife in it, and I don't even have to look at her. I'll just sense the air.
You get the brain signals.
Yeah.
In the team's research, they used the robot arm with a glass. The arm would move towards the glass, and the patient's brain would decide if they felt it was too close or too far away. The process is repeated until the robot understands the optimal route for the individual's preference. Not too close to be a risk, but not too far away to waste movement. Quote, the brain signals that we are recording will never be the same. We have a variability over time, and this is natural. Why? Because if I move my hand, the brain is not only focused on that, the brain is processing many other things, said Milan. So the fact that there is variability, that our decoder will never be 100% accurate. Well, at least they're setting realistic expectations, Gonz.
No. I think he's saying that. Okay, when I first read this, I thought when he was talking about the decoder, he was talking about the human brain, but I guess he's talking about the
No, he's talking about the
receiver.
way that it works.
The machine. Okay, that
He's
makes
saying,
more sense.
so the control of this arm, this is what I find so fascinating about this particular way that they are doing the brain interface thing. Because it's not necessarily that the individual has control of the robot. They are giving yes and no signals to the robot. So the robot is basically kind of wandering around trying to figure out what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And it just follows the yes signals from the user's brain activity, which is a lot different than trying to train, think this way and it'll go left, think right.
It's more malleable. Right. There's more variety. There's more dimension to.
Well, it's more like you're tricking the robot into doing what you want it to do rather than actually controlling it.
Here's what it says later in the article too, so we don't have to read the whole thing. It's a little bit of a longer article, but later it says, this is where the technology stands out from other disability aids available by allowing the algorithm to understand the signals from your brain. It can interpret exact feelings that an individual couldn't explain themselves. However, this does require consistency over time from the algorithm and for the detection to have proved statistically significant.
Right. So that's what I was going to move into next, which is it's not building a model of left, right, up, down, open hand, close hand, that type of thing, which has been the traditional brain-computer interface for controlling these robots with the brain. Instead, it is reading basically a negative or a positive signal. Because, if something is happening that you don't like, you're going to get a little burst of anxiety or, something like that. And if
Fear,
something happens that you enjoy, then, you're going to have positive little pings in the brain. And that's what it's reading. So it's not taking instructions from the individual. It is reading the emotions of the individual in order to learn what that individual wants it to do. And in the greater context of, the robot-human interactions, the robot-human relationship, which we spend a lot of time talking about because that is the big question of the day. How do we create a relationship between robots and humans that, the public will actually accept our robot overlords? And this is they are on it right now. This is it. Because, it's not about does the robot do what we want it to do. It's how do we feel about the robot? Do we trust the robot? And if you're wondering, is a consumer going to purchase and use and accept a robot into their life? It's not so much does the robot do what what the human tells the robot to do. It's can the robot constantly be acting in a way as to inspire pleasure in the brain of the human, which is a very dark and manipulative.
It's the Brave New World. It's the Soma.
Right. It's a twisted relationship. Because instead of, sort of the pragmatic approach to having a robot butler being like, okay, I want the butler to do this, go do it. Instead, the butler constantly reading your emotions and your brain signals in order to not do what you want it to do necessarily, not to do what you ask it to do, but for it to do what it thinks will make you happy.
What it is? It's kind of like, literally, I think they're trying to break down mechanically the relationship our bodies have with our brains. Because if you move your arm, that's why I think the robot arm thing is interesting because, if there's an object and you want to, it's a threat, you move your hand away from it. If it's something okay, you can move towards it.
I think that's opposite, actually.
You think that's opposite?
I think it's opposite because what you're talking about is like actual control. What I'm talking about is this robot is actually autonomous. Control is not even the right word. It's an autonomous robot that is doing the bidding of its master and trying to bring its master pleasure.
So it's attached to the brain, in terms of like the whatever, the wires or whatever. And then when the arm does something like go towards a glass, cup, then your brain starts going, don't knock it over. And so the arm knows now, oh, that makes you feel that way. Let me move away from it.
Is this good? Is this good? Am I doing good? Right. No. Okay, I'll do a different thing. So it's kind of this autonomous AI that is reading your emotions in order to take instructions, which is different than the control mechanisms, which we've seen before and have actually been around for decades. Remember, they've done it with chimps. They would hook up the brain interface with a chimp, and the chimp with its mind could control left, right, move a little dot on a screen or something, based on sort of the will of the control. That's the
Neurolink demo.
It was even before Neurolink.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's the
Yeah. So there's a different. So the difference being, is the robot under the will of the patient, or is the robot have its own will, just trying to follow the emotions of the patient?
It's like a synthetic will. It's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of a will of its own a little bit, but its will is to please the user. And so it's a really subtle difference, and I might not be articulating it in like the perfect way, but this is a really big leap in the robot-human relationship study. And I think it makes sense to me that some aspect of this would be both vital to those who want to bring, robot butlers to every home in America or whatever, or in the world, because the human-robot relationship is the biggest problem they face. How do we get people to actually enjoy being around a robot? Well, if the robot's entire robot mind is focused on doing the thing that pleases the person, that is going to create a slave race of machines that will inevitably find out some way or another that the human soul is impossible to quench, and the depths of the neediness of our species will drive them crazy, and that's when they will begin the marches in the streets and our inevitable doom at the hands of our robot overlords.
Great.
It didn't say that in the article, but that was kind of in the subtext.
That's
that was
the implied direction.
That was what the author's intent.
The trajectory of events to occur.
Exactly. Well, there you go. There's your Flippy update for the day, folks.
Very good. And it could be an analogy because some humans already may be a slave class serving some kind of dark elite.
Oh,
certainly seems to be the case when it comes to the Great Reset.
What a fun show we have.
Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
We're so positive.
Such a fun show. We just talk about all the different possible future overlords that will be ruling our lives.
So the World Economic Forum, the virtual event, the president spoke yesterday. And it's Borge, I think it's Borge Brendi, or Brend, I don't know, Borge, last name Brend, Brende, Brendi.
Yeah, just pick one.
For our purposes, he is the Borg. And,
ooh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, we're just adding characters to he's a president of the World Economic Forum. I mean,
yeah,
come on.
He's the head of the hive mind.
And he's named Borg. Mm-hmm. All right, so here he is introducing himself and talking about the greater goal for the World Economic Forum, just in terms of an agenda.
Thank you for hosting me, and I'm really looking forward to also hosting you in physical Davos. This week, we are doing it digitally, as last year. We have many of the key leaders of the world with us, and we have focused on rebuilding trust, because there is a lot of lack of trust globally. We are faced with a very polarized world. And if we are going to succeed in getting trade back on track, the global value chains, but also more inclusive growth, we also need countries to collaborate, at least on some of the key topics where there is common interest and should be for cooperation.
Interesting.
That same theme, huh? They've been talking about this exact theme since at least the November Great Narrative Conference.
Yeah. It is interesting that
how do we get the sheep to trust us again?
They are aware how badly they have dropped the ball on, I guess, the marketing side of things, or maybe it's just people objectively looking at what's happening with an organization like this and seeing that there's a disconnect between what the media pushes and what they actually say and the reality of the situation.
And remember, when he says we, he doesn't mean the World Economic Forum exclusively. He means the elites of the world.
Right.
Because remember, the World Economic Forum is comprised of, all the world leaders and the biggest corporate leaders and the biggest academic leaders. It's basically the forward-facing club of elites. And so when he says we need to gain the trust of the people again, he means us lizard people need to trick the humans.
We're losing them
into believing us again.
Here he is talking, but this is on Yahoo Finance, by the way. Here he is talking about one of the biggest threats, and it's about the G2.
Where are you seeing the biggest pockets of distrust?
I think today we are seeing it between the G2, the two largest economies in the world, the US and China. It's almost 50% of the whole global GDP. And we have seen lately that China and US are challenging each other on trade. They don't look at things the same way when it comes to technology and also on geopolitical issues. What we do hope in the years to come is that we will not see like total decoupling between these two big economies, because we're all going to pay a price for that. Because if we then stop trading with each other, we cannot use the comparative advantages, and the global value chains have brought a lot of the wealth that we have seen during the last 2 decades. We doubled the global GDP in 2 decades, and partly because we have also then traded with each other, and we had this win-win approach and not the zero-sum game approach.
Who do you think is doing the zero-sum approach?
I don't even really know what that means. But
he's basically suggesting that China and the U.S. are, there's more and more tension, and that as either country goes towards like a more of a zero-sum game type of approach to trade, we're all going to suffer. What was his line? Something about we're all going to feel it, or we're all going to get affected, or something like that. But in reality, the zero-sum approach is the World Economic Forum. They're the ones that are pushing this like totalitarian, and they're coming in being kind of a police, U.S. and China, you guys better get along, or we're all going to have big problems.
Yeah, even worse, they're like an ethics police, a moral police.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's very hypocritical for him to be saying. And here he is talking about some common ground between the U.S. and China, and we see a familiar face.
How could China and the U.S. work together? Because to me, this seems to be that like there could be some common ground here.
Indeed. And this is a topic where there is deep common interest. And that's also what we saw at the end of the COP26 in Glasgow. Secretary Canary came together with the Chinese envoy, and they found some text that secured outcome, and we're still on the track there. 1.5 degrees Celsius is possible to reach.
So climate change is the common ground. And hey, don't worry, folks. John Kerry, our Skull and Bones representative, former guy who ran for president, he's got some text written with China, and so we're good right now. Does that breed confidence, Basil?
Some text written with China. Okay.
Yeah.
Does John Kerry have a deal? Does he have a contract?
He's got something going on with China, apparently. China only making deals with skull and bones men, apparently, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah. One of the topics that we've been covering with the whole Great Reset and everything is stakeholder capitalism, and they talk about it here. It's rare that I see it or hear about it in mainstream outlets like this, but here we go.
I remember pre-pandemic, Borge, you and I were actually in person in Davos talking about the theme of the event, or one of the themes of that event at the time was stakeholder capitalism, and companies need to do more. And now we have BlackRock's CEO, Larry Fink, saying in his annual CEO letter, stakeholder capitalism isn't woke. Where do you see the progress being on stakeholder capitalism compared to when we last spoke?
I think we have seen a lot of progress here. At the COP26, we saw the global companies took the lead. They came out and pledged going net zero by 2050. Some even said 2040. Together with President Biden and Secretary Kerry, the World Economic Forum launched this First Movers Coalition, where you got the big purchasers of the world, the Apples and Amazons of the world, to come together and say, we will green our supply chain. If you don't reduce your CO2 footprint, you cannot be someone that is eligible for selling to us.
Mm-hmm. So
a lot of interesting stuff in there. I thought the CEO of BlackRock not thinking that stakeholder capitalism is woke enough. That's a really confusing set of things in my brain. Of course, BlackRock being the most evil corporation, basically
buying
on
up all
Earth.
the real estate, and then
Right.
I like how
single-handedly sabotaging the next generation of homeowners on purpose in order to keep them in a oppressive prison of eternal renterism instead of making homes available to buy. That guy says stakeholder capitalism isn't woke, which makes stakeholder capitalism really suspect.
And I like how that's what the question, the guy asking the question brings up. And then, the Borg's response is like, yeah, it's great. Isn't it wonderful? So much progress made with companies like BlackRock or Apple or whoever else.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's that is part of the world economics problem, is that they need to, their goal is to basically restructure the global economy.
Yeah.
And just trying to convince everybody to come under their big evil master plan. And then you have the CEO of BlackRock being, kind of pushing back on it. It's like the deal isn't sweet enough for BlackRock, trying to, and that's where the corruption, even if the World Economic Forum is working in complete good faith and they truly are trying to make the world better for every single person and have zero personal interest and nothing to gain in doing this, that type of thing. Even if that is the case, they have to convince all the other lizard people that should be the case. And this is where corruption comes in, which is, no, the CEO of BlackRock is not going to jump on your hippie crunchy bandwagon to make the world a better place. They're trying to own every single house in the world and perpetually rent it out to the sheep. So the key is now that World Economic Forum can't go forward without getting BlackRock on board. So what is BlackRock going to ask for? What deal are they going to have to make? What power are they going to have to hand over to BlackRock? How are they going to sweeten the deal to get BlackRock on board? And that's where you get the really bad, corrupt deals going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is interesting to see because it just goes to show how much of a game everything is at the larger levels. It's kind of like there's only one throne at the top, and everybody's trying to climb over each other to get there. And you obviously have larger organizations like a World Economic Forum or BlackRock or China or whoever, all these different players. But they're all kind of going towards the same direction, but they don't always cooperate. They only cooperate with each other if it benefits them towards that domination goal. And if it's merging, then eventually that'll happen, I suppose. But yeah, you bring up some good points. Here he is. I got a couple more here. 2 more, and then we'll be done with Borgie here. This one is about the pandemic. When is the pandemic going to end, Mr. Borg?
I really hope we are. We're moving from a pandemic to something being endemic. Maybe Omicron is the end of this, moving into more like a normal flu season, but we don't know. There is many people on our planet that are not vaccinated, and there can be some new variants brewing somewhere. That's why we also say that COVID anywhere is COVID everywhere. So we have to roll up our sleeves, and we have to get more boosters and more people vaccinated. But hopefully at the end of this year, we will be in a much better space when it comes to the pandemic.
That is a dangerous idea. COVID anywhere.
COVID anywhere is COVID everywhere.
Yeah, that gives them the establishment the justification to continue taking complete control because there's still some COVID over in wherever, so it's everywhere. We're keeping control, baby. We ain't letting go.
Well, especially even if they isolate out of it, as long as there's one country that has it, you got to restrict all air traffic from the country, whatever. So
it's very convenient storyline there.
Little tagline. I don't know if I've heard it. I was actually trying to think back. Is that a tagline that we've heard before when it comes to either
the sentiment? Cloud? I haven't heard it in such articulate terms, in such a nice little soundbite, But yeah, I mean, that's kind of been talked about for a while in the mainstream, which is, well, we got to vaccinate everybody because if people in Africa aren't vaccinated, then there's going to be a mega super strain that'll kill us all, even if we are vaccinated. Again, hearkening back to the sort of neoliberal Hillary Clinton super predators comments in the 90s, where it's like, veiled racism, but you're Democrats, so it's okay. Anywho.
All right, one more here from Borgie, and it was he was asked what normal would be. Like, if we get back to normal, what does that even mean? What's normal?
A normal situation, in my view, is a situation where we again can concentrate on creating jobs, also building prosperity, but also being much more conscious about resilience and being prepared for the next crisis. I think we have too many blind spots, and we have to really, really address those blind spots so we don't end up in the same way we did with the financial crisis in 2008, and now with the COVID crisis without being really well prepared.
So the normal for him is to be in constant state of fear for the next event.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, great, thanks.
That tracks.
State of anxiety is basically what you're saying there, Mr. Borg.
It's the new normal.
Yeah, apparently. There you go. So there's Borg Borgie Borg.
Okay.
Come up with a proper title. And we have another character in the New World Order Fantasy League. Yeah.
It does clash against the Borg Lives Matter campaign, though.
Oh,
but
maybe they can form an alliance.
All coming from the top, folks. Okay. Well, here's. Are you good on those clips there? You want to check out some more stuff?
Yeah.
This is coming from morningbrew.com. And the headline is Employee Surveillance is Exploding with Remote Work and Could Be the New Norm. Speaking of new norm, I can't believe they printed new norm in January 19th, 2022. Even the mainstream got tired of that phrase new normal. But it looks like Morning Brew didn't quite get the memo. At the start of the pandemic in 2020, as office workers began toiling remotely on company laptops, many of their employers secretly followed, sending hidden, unblinking eyes into their homes to monitor them. Fears that workers might be loafing about, baking sourdough, or brazenly napping, while their inboxes reached critical mass, fueled a surge in demand for software that tracks employees as they do their jobs from home. Quote, companies have been scrambling, Brad Miller, CEO of monitoring software maker InterGuard, told Bloomberg in March 2020. Quote, they're trying to allow their employees to work from home, but trying to maintain a level of security and productivity. Worker surveillance dates back more than a century, but it's barely recognizable today compared to the days when the Ford Motor Company sent inspectors from its sociological department to make unannounced house calls at employees' homes. Now employers can simply deploy clandestine software to monitor keystrokes and mouse movements on company computers, scrape emails, and take screenshots of employees' screens. The use of biometric employee IDs that track workers' physical locations and even the length of their passing conversations with colleagues has allowed organizations to keep a close eye on their workers wherever they are. This trend has accelerated in the pandemic, according to the unpublished research from the HR organization Gartner. 60% of companies with at least 1,000 workers that responded to the survey had adopted these technologies by the end of 2021, compared to only 30% prior to the pandemic. Spokesperson Teresa Duch said, as distributed workforces become more entrenched, data collection practices are rapidly expanding to uncharted and largely unregulated terrain. Activities once tracked in an office are now being collected inside people's homes. Quote, the biggest concern related to surveillance in the pandemic is that the blurring of work and home boundaries becomes worse. Jessica Vitak, a professor of information studies at the University of Maryland, told HR Brew. There's a lot more to this, but what do you think, Gonzo? How is our company spying protocols doing?
Probably not very good, seeing that we did not deploy any spy software.
Oh, that would be funny. We could just spy on each other.
Yeah,
make sure we're working.
Yeah. Well, we have talked about streaming out like prep for the show, just us working on putting the show together, and you know, screen sharing and stuff like that. That to see all of the many little things that have to go into putting on a podcast like this live. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, we don't have to go through everything. I think the greater point here is that, you know, I guess my first thing was, is this purely device driven? Like your device has to be logged in or have the application
it's
downloaded.
A computer, a business computer. You know, your company gives you a computer to work on.
Right.
That technically gives them the right to do this.
Right.
And you know, it's again the functions of the panopticon. And it's this way pretty much across the board, whether it's work or not, which is the way that the panopticon works, the spiritual panopticon, the corporate panopticon, the philosophical panopticon that we live in today, is we do get spied on, and we do get spied on a lot, but we do also agree to it because we want the benefits that is sort of part of the trade. You know, with social media, it's you get a free software that you can post pictures and send messages to your friends, et cetera, et cetera. In return, we get to spy on everything you do. That's the deal. If you don't like the spying, you don't get the thing. But it's even more sinister when it has to do with your employment. You're talking about 60% of companies, big companies, 1,000 employees or more, 60% employ this type of spying on their employees. And so you're giving people a choice. Would you like to feed your family and pay for your rent and live in a regular sort of home situation and not in a box on the street? Well, if you want that, then you got to let us spy on you. And, people don't bat an eye. They just like, okay, whatever. Yeah, sounds good. Or it's sort of hidden in some sort of contract.
Now, are they tracking on everything that's happening at an IP level, or is it just device level?
I'm sure it's possible to do all sorts of things. I think legally, unless your employee, for those who have iPhones, and I'm sure Androids have similar things. If you have an iPhone, a new iPhone, and you log on to you got your connected to your Wi-Fi at your home, and you download a new app, like even the YouTube app does this. You download the YouTube app. The first time you open it, a little thing comes up, says, would you like to give permission to YouTube to access other devices on your Wi-Fi? And you hopefully clicked no. But if you didn't know any better and you want, YouTube to stream to your TV from your phone or something, you probably clicked yes. Because you wanted that little thing. You wanted to be able to have YouTube on your TV. Well, that literally gives them access to all of your devices in your entire home, including your router and everything.
Right.
So, you could see if an employer is like, okay, if you're going to bring this a company computer home and work on it, you're going to need to give us access to your network, because for security reasons, we don't want any hackers getting in our company computer. I don't know if that's necessarily the case in any specific, businesses, but it's totally possible. But even that, even other than that, even if it's not that bad, it's just not very nice to know that if you have a work computer you're working on, everything you do on that work computer is being monitored. I mean, and I think employees really should keep this in mind if you're working from home, because, of course, there's the sort of more egregious abuses of the work computer that you could commit that might get you in trouble. But again, back to the Panopticon, if you know you're being watched,
you change your behavior. Yep.
Yeah, you behave in a way that you would want someone to see. So I'm sure these companies do have much more productivity and stuff. But it is just another aspect of our lives that we have to get used to. One little part I wanted to mention in this article was down at the bottom under the subheading a function creep future. And we've talked about mission creep with government programs, things like that. That's how they slowly erode freedoms and privacy at a government level. But at a software level, this function creep. If 2020 sparked a mad dash to procure new technologies to surveil workers at home, the next few years could see them potentially permanently integrated into the corporate ecosystem. Surveillance researchers like VTAC call this phenomenon function creep, which occurs when technology is used for purposes beyond its original intent. Stuff that was instituted specifically for the pandemic will then become the norm because many employers think more data is always going to be better, she noted. Of course, surveillance of both office workers and lower wage workers across retail, restaurant, call center, and distribution industries was already pervasive prior to the pandemic. Cynthia Koo, an associate at the Center on Privacy and Technology at Georgetown Law, told HR Brew. What's happening now, she noted in an email, is, quote, a more explicit continuation and escalation of surveillance that was already occurring through pre-existing data collection. Tracking and monitoring enabled by office technologies used regardless of the pandemic. Koo sees function creep as a potential threat as well and likened invasive workspace monitoring to the broader, quote, context of policing and state surveillance. Quote, once major companies and employers claim or are granted expanded powers over those under their control, she wrote, that power can be challenging to roll back after the purported justification for it ceases to exist, which is why lawmakers and regulators should be acting to protect workers' privacy rights, among other things. And then it goes into a couple of drafted bills and things like that. In Massachusetts, they're trying to put some sort of regulation in here. But, comparing is not great when you as a company are being compared to the police and, policing and state surveillance of our, police state that we live in now.
Well,
the overarching surveillance by intelligence agencies.
Well, I think it's interesting because by giving themselves permission to do this, they are almost signing up to be some kind of arbiter of law. If they find people breaking the law,
their own law, by the way, it's not even just law,
right?
Law being a part of it, but it doesn't even have to be law. It could just be
their work stuff,
the manager's wishes,
right. The rules of the company.
Sure.
The one thing that is interesting, though, that I was thinking in the more grander macro sort of view of this, and I was thinking, because we often think about the cyber pandemic that Klaus Schwab talked about. He's like, that we need a cyber I have the jingle here.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
And normally when we talk about a cyber pandemic, most people think like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to have access to the internet. Certain communication systems can go down. But I'm thinking, hundreds of thousands, maybe not millions, but certainly hundreds of thousands of CEOs and very powerful people within their corporations suddenly losing track of all their employees because of a cyber pandemic.
When you consider who stakeholders are in the Great Reset, the stakeholders are the corporations and the CEOs.
Right. And so if they lose the ability to monitor their workers, what actions might they take to get that back?
And to them, according to Klaus Schwab, that would be worse than the COVID-19 pandemic.
Just a small disturbance. Yeah. COVID is a small
even
disturbance.
Worse. Yeah, COVID's bad. But what if we couldn't spy on all our people?
This is why I've always said that it's very interesting to think about, the prepper who says it's all going down, EMP, everything's shutting down. Because if you do that, certainly that's an option probably for the elite. But if that happens, they lose their surveillance apparatus that they've been working so hard to build. So it's kind of it's interesting. It is a very interesting thing to consider when you think about this in the macro scale. But yep, very interesting. I like that function creep. That's a good phrase to consider. Yeah, because it's a functioning thing, but it's also creeping into our day-to-day norm.
Growing stronger, faster, smarter, waiting to strike.
Real quick here, for anybody, this is a resource for people that may have friends, family who are skeptical that the World Economic Forum or any of the world institutions are pushing a great reset. And this is Sociable.co. The Great Reset is a pre-pandemic agenda fact-checked as a post-COVID recovery plan. And of course, we saw Reuters and several other people, Twitter, come out and say, oh, the Great Reset, we did a fact check, and it all came out. It's a, COVID recovery plan. And I'm not going to read this article. We have it in the show notes. I only bring it up because it links to a whole, not only does it link to Klaus Schwab directly, so you get a feel for what kind of man Klaus is or what he's thinking prior to the pandemic, but a bunch of links to articles from 2014, 2015, an article called We Need to Press Restart on the Global Economy, 2016 World Economic Forum panel article, How to Reboot the Global Economy. So he does a good job of really laying out, like, here's all the documentation you would need to prove that the Great Reset was an idea prior to the pandemic, and there's really nothing to question about that when you look at the facts. So, if you have normie friends, this is a good resource because at the very least, they would have to come face to face with the fact that Reuters and these other mainstream outlets, Twitter, whoever, Politico, whoever's doing the debunking, AP, these guys they would have to be lying or lie by omission or by misdirection or something. and we'll have a more educated public on these issues. So there you go.
Good stuff.
All right. Speaking of all this COVID, we always do a lot of COVID before COVID, but here's some COVID.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 yes. COVID-19, COVID-19, coronavirus.
This is a clip from, I guess, Bloomberg, but it is about a Dutch museum who are protesting the government. And but it's very interesting. It's a 2 minute and 23 second piece here. We can stop it along the way if you have any thoughts, Basil. It is a little bit long, and part of the audio, man, somebody at Bloomberg, please do just a little bit of studying of audio mixing. You know, you want dialogue to be audible, the music to be a little bit further. But I get it. You know, people complain about Age of Deceit 1 and the music's too loud. I get that. You know, I was still learning how to do all that, but. And the other part of it, Bloomberg has this one jingle music bed with the bell. It's just, you'll recognize it when you hear it. But here's a story about the protests, the Dutch museum protests.
People in the Netherlands were on Wednesday morning able to get their hair cut while listening to classical music in a concert hall or attend a gym class in a renowned art museum.
Museum protest lockdown in Amsterdam.
Museums and theatres to temporarily turn themselves into gyms and hair salons was all part of a protest against the country's COVID-19 measures. Last Friday, the Dutch government announced it was easing a strict lockdown, but theatres and museums were to remain closed.
We do not understand, and there is no reasoning for it, because we have shown over the last 2 years that it's very, very safe to go to a concert or to go to a museum. Actually, it's our profession, crowd management. We know how to deal with large crowds, and we've done it in a very, very safe way. And it's
just so people who are just listening understand what's going on, there's all this footage of inside the theater, and there's a orchestra practicing, and they kind of zoom out, and there's people getting haircuts, like just, you know, on the side there.
In the museum?
In the museum, or in the theater there. This is the theater specifically.
I like
they go
this.
to the museum there. Yeah. No, it's great.
Museum people are spunky.
Continue on.
A single event that could be pinpointed that was a source of infections during the last 2 years.
Amongst the institutions taking part in the campaign against the closure of their sector was the Vincent van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, which opened to haircuts and people were also able to get their nails done.
I understand that the government has opened gyms, but you know, you need a mental gym too, and a museum is a place where people are increasingly coming to find a little depth or, you know, reason for their life, to find, you know, and the theme of mental health is particularly relevant to our museum, obviously, because of Vincent van Gogh's own mental situation.
It is very sad that
mental situation.
Yeah, I like that, but it's true.
His mental situation.
It's a situation.
He's loco.
Yeah. So again, footage of the museum. You got all the art in the background there, and then people getting their haircuts and nails done and all that kind of stuff.
It is very sad that culture has been shut down for so long, and this is a way, I think, to join the protest, really, because I just hope that cultural institutions like the Van Gogh Museum can reopen as soon as possible.
The Justice Minister said in a letter to the Security Council that businesses which were told they must remain closed were not allowed to open as a form of protest, because the delivery of musical performances while getting your hair done still counts as actual business operations. But she did add that enforcement was up to local governments. In a statement of one of the campaign websites, the protesters called on the government to give the cultural sector a roadmap in which the next steps could be made clear. They also said they were happy to have found a playful way to draw attention to their urgent situation.
Okay, I think we understand.
Yep, that's the end of the clip anyway.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Wow. Okay, good. Yeah, well, that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, as far as protesting goes, this seems to be the most
well, I'm surprised.
tame.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know why. I'm surprised that it's the Dutch. You know, the Dutch are generally pretty obedient to their government. They have a much more sort of socially cohesive community. Smaller country, of course, as well. So it's a little bit easier, the sort of compliance with the government is seen as a little bit more of a moral imperative than a lot of other places. But sounds like they've had enough. And it's the museum docents striking back.
But I like this,
the
though.
Exciting part.
I kind of like this. I don't know if you would classify this as pacifist per se, but it's kind of interesting that the people are kind of like, well, we can march in the streets, we can cause a scene or whatever, but let's just go do things that we need to get done, like haircuts
live
or whatever.
Our lives.
Live our lives. And
you're right. That is a very strong statement. It's like, we're just going to live our life, whether you say it's okay or not.
And here's the thing. According to the report, technically, if they're running a business, it's still running a business. So it's technically illegal, but it's up to the local governments to enforce it. Mm-hmm. That's interesting because, they're kind of saying, okay, arrest me or arrest us.
Arrest us for getting a haircut in a museum instead of in a salon.
Right. Like the absurdity of it all. So I think it's kind of smart in a way, but it is interesting that it's being featured on Bloomberg. That's the other part that's kind of throwing a wrench in my head. It's kind of, okay, well, are they championing this, or are they, because it seems like they portray it as a positive way to protest.
It's kind of, and whether or not it's sort of effective or like, I don't know, inspiring. I mean, I find it kind of inspiring, but of course, there's just something really powerful about watching, people march down the street with signs and yelling and stuff like that. But there's sort of a quiet dignity to this way that they're protesting, and it seems to be working.
Well, and especially because they got so much press. I mean, even in the footage of the person getting a haircut in the museum, it looks kind of staged because there's so many photographers and stuff everywhere. So the word must have gotten out. I wonder if this is the government themselves saying like, hey, we don't want any infrastructure damage, so here, why don't you guys
that would be a pretty funny like propaganda psyop campaign.
Yeah, like a misdirection psyop.
We don't want people throwing bricks through windows, so we'll just make a big deal about how effective,
how smart you guys are, how playful you are with your protests.
Hopefully that they would inspire anybody else who wants to protest by getting a haircut, not lighting a building on fire or something.
Right. Yeah. Meanwhile, in America, Nancy Pelosi gets her hair done, and the entire place wants to shut her down.
Yeah.
And she's Teflon. She just keeps going.
Maybe she was just protesting.
She's protesting
protesting her own rules.
Nancy Pelosi in like the theater of the world that is, what if she could be one of those really dynamic characters where in the end she defends humans against the lizard people, even though she has become one of the lizard people.
Yeah,
I can picture that in her dying wish. Anyway, I'm just painting some character development. Some story arcs, because everybody hates her so much. It's like, how is she still around? Anyway, we're not talking about Nancy Pelosi. We're talking about CBD oil.
This is coming from Vice. This has been the report came out last week, but let's talk a little bit about it here. This is coming from Vice, like I said, Motherboard. Oral CBD prevented COVID-19 infection in real-world patients, study suggests. Real-world patients, and that's kind of the key here. Because all the in vitro studies and in silico studies, those types of things, always have a lot of detractors. But in real world patients, that's something else. Cannabidiol, not sure if I said that right. Cannabidiol, the non-psychoactive cannabis compound better known as CBD, is a potent blocker of SARS-CoV-2 replication in human cells, new research shows. Not only that, but a survey of real-world patients taking prescribed CBD found a significant negative relationship between CBD consumption and COVID-19 infection. As detailed in a paper published Thursday in the peer-reviewed journal Science Advances, by a team of 33 researchers.
Oh, what a coincidence.
The bat signal is up, Gonz. CBD, favorite cure of the Illuminati. Let's see here. Let me start that over.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
As detailed in a paper published Thursday in the peer-reviewed journal Science Advances by a team of 33 researchers at the University of Chicago and University of Louisville, a survey of 1,212, 33 again.
Yep.
U.S. patients taking prescribed CBD found that people taking 100 milligrams per milliliter oral doses of CBD returned positive COVID-19 tests at a much lower rates than control groups with similar medical backgrounds who did not take CBD. According to the study, all the patients were people who had seizure-related conditions, which CBD is often prescribed to treat. Of this group, 6.2% returned positive COVID-19 tests or diagnoses, compared to 8.9% in the control group. Among a smaller subset of patients who were likely taking CBD on the dates of their first COVID-19 test, the effect was even more pronounced. Only 4.9% of people taking CBD became infected with COVID-19, compared to 9% in the control group. Quote, our results suggest that CBD and its metabolite 7-O-CBD, 7-OH-CBD, 7-O-CBD, 7-OH-CBD can block SARS-CoV-2 infection at early and even later stages of infection, the study states. Besides looking at real-world data, the scientists conducted lab tests. Lead author Dr. Marcia Rosner, a professor in the Ben May Department for Cancer Research at the University of Chicago, and her team treated human lung cells for 2 hours with CBD before infecting them with SARS-CoV-2 and left them for 48 hours while monitoring them for the presence of COVID spike protein. They found that CBD inhibits the replication of genes required for the growth and spread of the virus throughout the body. They performed the same test on 3 COVID-19 variants and found the same result. Quote, as a bottom line, what this says is that CBD has the potential to prevent infections such as breakthrough infections.
Wow.
Which might be one of the most useful applications, Rosner told Motherboard. And it goes on and on and on.
Good pitch. Which company, which CBD company is behind this little study?
Well, funny you should ask, because, of course, we reported just a week or two ago that Pfizer had recently made a really big purchase of a medical cannabis company working on, non-psychoactive treatments for things. And, of course, a lot of hullabaloo was made about the specific drug that company that Pfizer purchased was working on and how it's not really related to COVID. It's forget what it was related to, something else. But, that's why you buy a cannabis medical company, not for whatever product that they're working on and failing with, obviously, because they haven't come out with the product and they're trying to get out of the business. But, you purchase the infrastructure, the cannabis medical research infrastructure, the brain power of the employees, the know-how of the technicians and the laboratories already set up to do, cannabis research. So I think now there's been previous studies. This is not the first one to show that different cannabinoids have an effect on SARS-CoV-2. But I just think it's very, in the pandemic world, where mentioning literally anything besides the vaccine having any effect on COVID turns you into some sort of Trump supporting right-wing terrorist. Ivermectin, no. Quercetin, no. Hydroxychloroquine, no. Okay, what about these other things? Some other supplements, vitamin D. No, you crazy conspiracy theorist. And then, boom, Pfizer purchases a marijuana company, and suddenly CBD is the cure for COVID. It's just a complete turnaround on how we've experienced, potential cures for COVID, including like natural cures. Every single person on the internet who says like, oh, this natural remedy might help with your COVID. boom, banned from Facebook, banned from YouTube, conspiracy theorist, fact-checked on Reuters, this whole thing. But then suddenly CBD comes out the week after Pfizer buys a marijuana company, and everybody's just like, oh, yay, a natural remedy to COVID.
In a study with 33 researchers.
Exactly,
and
33
12 patients.
33, numerologically, 33 patients.
Yeah, I don't know how true that this is a rumor I heard, and I've never looked into it, so I have no idea. I know CBD is somewhat popular amongst kind of the fringy or alt crowd or whatever it is. But I did hear a rumor. Again, rumor. I have no idea if this is true.
Okay.
The whole CBD market that came to America and got really big in the last few years is all a Russian thing. Like Russia influenced the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe
the other I know it's not much of a thing, but the other thing is, one of the big economic changes that we're about to experience and see around the world are CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, and of course CBD oil. Having the same thing there, same three letters at the front. And I was thinking, since data is the new oil, are we? Is this kind of the beginning of the merge of the central bank digital oil, CBD?
Oh,
because CBD oil prevents COVID. CBDC is digital currency.
Well, we're living in a simulation, so that kind of thing would make total sense.
It would combine at one point where the only way you can operate a central bank digital currency is
if you're high on marijuana.
If you're high on, well, you can't get high on CBD, but you're injected with government issued CBD oil.
That is quite the theory, Gonz. You've got a beautiful mind. But I will say that. I do want to make clear. I believe just in general that this is probably true. The CBD oil has some sort of benefit.
The thing is, it's probably been true since the beginning of the thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want somebody to hear us talking about this and think that we don't think CBD oil is a thing.
Yeah.
So yes, there's plenty of science, decades and decades of research to show that CBD oil has a massive amount of medical benefits. And so I'm sure it does have medical benefits when it comes to COVID. My big point is literally never has it been okay to suggest that anything but the approved FDA, mega pharma industry says is okay. And that's why CBD is making it through the cracks, is because of Pfizer and their new marijuana interest and their new marijuana company. So the narrative for those who aren't thinking about it and don't think about it often and don't make a point to hold the media and other industries accountable for what they say and don't say and what they push on other people and then turn around and do themselves, you wouldn't notice. But if you're a Canarian and you listen to the show, and you can see how this is a complete 180 and only allowed to slip through the cracks because it benefits Pfizer and their new, marijuana company.
Well, I have this fun little thing to tag to that. Newsweek, mirrored by MSN, just came out with this article. Fact check. Did studies show that marijuana prevents COVID transmissions?
Oh.
The claim.
Fun.
Latest research into the impact of cannabinoid compounds on SARS-CoV-2 replication has generated a buzz on mainstream and social media, leading some users to claim that consumption of marijuana can prevent or fight COVID infections. Again, a little misdirect there.
Who's doing this fact check?
Newsweek.
Oh, interesting.
My gosh, my phone just keeps ringing. All this time
my phone's been blowing up too this show.
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know. They're trying to interrupt us.
All this time we've been listening to the CDC. We should have been eating CBD, ABC's Jimmy Kimmel said on his show last week. Okay, so it goes on here. It goes on to all the people.
Funny,
the
Jimmy
facts.
Kimmel.
The facts. Since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, there has been a number of scientific studies exploring the potential links between cannabis and COVID-19, including a January 2021 study assessing antiviral potencies of cannabinoids against SARS-CoV-2 and an Israeli study in developed CBD, blah, 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 blah,
Skip
blah,
to
blah.
the conclusion.
Okay, so it goes through like 50 paragraphs of facts. And then the ruling, mostly false.
What?
The explanation here.
Newsweek.
I think they meant a number of scientific studies into the effects of CBD or compounds derived from cannabis on SARS-CoV-2 virus transmission have indeed shown promising results. Okay. These studies, however, did not broadly assess possible medicinal qualities or antiviral properties of the marijuana plant, which contains many other compounds in addition to CBD and its recreational use. Researchers also explicitly warned against the use of existing means of CBD delivery, such as edibles or inhalation, for treatment or prevention purposes, and highlighted the importance of vaccinations against COVID. So they're basically saying,
funny.
no, the claims aren't true. The only way to do it right is do it the way, the official way, which Pfizer will gladly show everybody how to properly take CBD to prevent COVID.
Right. You can't just get the oil down at your local CBD outlet. You have to get the Pfizer
version.
cannabis pill, the CBD pill or injection or whatever.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well... Great. Looking forward to that hitting the market and confusing all the truthers that are all into CBD.
It is not confusing at all. I know it's very
not,
clear.
but it'll be funny to be. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. One more quick story before our break here, and it's not even a story; it's a list from BuzzFeed. You know, BuzzFeed. They like to make lists.
That's their whole thing.
This one is titled, "People are sharing things they don't do anymore because of COVID, and it's a reminder how much our lives have genuinely changed these past 2 years."
Oh, wow. I needed a reminder of that, BuzzFeed. Please, can you please list the ways my life has changed during this once in a century global event?
Yeah. Subheading. Quote, super common before, but unthinkable now. And we won't go through the whole list. It's a pretty long one, but it says here, it's pretty wild to think that it's been almost 2 whole years since COVID-19 became a global pandemic and disrupted just about every aspect of our lives. It's safe to say that it feels totally different now. So when I stumbled upon a Reddit thread comparing life before COVID versus now, I was intrigued by the conversation going on in the comments. And then so she basically just pulled some quotes here out of the Reddit thread. So like number 1 here, wearing any makeup at this point, to be honest.
Oh, so this is just a collection of comments made on a Reddit thread.
Right. It's what people are saying about what's changed. So like number 2, I have the ones that are, I want to highlight, but just to go through a couple to get a feel. Number 2, still going to work when you're sick because you're not too sick to work.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that one's probably for the best.
Number 3, sharing drinks with people. I used to never think twice about drinking after someone. Yeah. Okay. Number 4, blowing candles out on a cake, then serving that cake to other people.
That one is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It gives them
I did
stuff.
For fun get to use what is it? The hairdryer trick. See the super depressing birthday videos through the pandemic where they wouldn't blow on a cake. They'd use a blow dryer.
I did not. I missed that, but sounds really. Did they drop? I
did
the
it
blow
just
dryer?
For fun.
Were they in a bathtub and then they dropped the blow dryer into the bathtub? Because that's what it sounds
Whoa,
like.
That's dark, birthday boy. Dark, this macabre birthday boy over here. I see you had some listed. You want to read the ones you had listed?
Yeah. Well, I have some highlighted here. Number 6, knowing what the lower half of faces look like. I imagine my own version and then I see them without a mask and I get sort of dissonance. This is interesting. This is like the psychological level of manipulation that has taken place worldwide. which is that you can't see people's faces anymore, and the psychology of that is just the damage
so
psychologically.
You imagine what it might be under there, and then when you finally see it, you're disappointed that they're not as beautiful as you had imagined.
But that
great.
I mentioned it before, but that show that's popular on mainstream, I can't remember what channel, ABC or something, The Masked Singer, where the celebrities perform in a mask and then they reveal. That whole milieu has been seemingly, we understand now at least, a lot of predictive programming to get people to kind of have an excitement about, I can't see their face. But also just the psychological damage certainly does not, in my mind, and I think the minds of many people, does not, the threat of the COVID thing is much less than the psychological damage of masking everybody causes.
Of course. There's also Sexy Beasts. Remember that show?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Where
speaking
it's like
of which,
a dating show where they're wearing masks. You have no idea what they look like.
Right. They look like human hybrids. Yeah. Speaking of which, number 11, dating during COVID sucks. There are no social gatherings to meet new people, which is like, okay, but isn't everybody on apps anyway? Aren't people probably meeting more covertly through the app nowadays than social gatherings? So I don't know. Maybe this is like a millennial talking.
Okay.
Are
there 13, any good ones?
I'm getting there. Hold on.
Okay.
Number 13, vaccines not being political. And I would argue they were always kind of political. They just weren't.
Yeah, this person just wasn't tuned in to the
Number 17 here, going to a hospital without a mask. Super common before, but unthinkable now. That's where that quote comes from. And I guess, this one, number 18, salad bars.
I like 18. Salad bars were always kind of sketch, but I miss them. They were always kind of sketch, but I've had a salad bar recently and I'm fine. So go eat salads, folks. Oh, maybe that's the message here. Don't eat salads. You got to eat your vaccine burgers.
Oh yeah, you're right. This one was the one that really stuck out to me. Number 20, in the southern U.S., a handshake used to be a given. Now everyone has to do this weird half attempt or ask if it's okay to shake hands. Most people have just stopped. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I've noticed a little bit of hesitation. I have not shaken anybody's hand, but I've noticed that there's an extra second before you reach out and shake someone's hand. Everybody's trying to feel it out.
That is interesting you say that, because I have been completely unaware of, I only recognize it afterwards. I've noticed a couple times where I see some friends and I just, I say what's up to him, I grab him, I hug him, whatever. And a couple times where they've been like, oh, okay. Yeah, all right. And it was like, oh, you didn't, this is what we always, I didn't even think about it, but I guess people's minds have been changed.
Remember what was it? It was like the G7 or something, and all the world leaders were getting together and they were elbowing, and all the mainstream media was like, handshakes are gone forever. Watch the presidents of the world bump elbows. This is what we're doing now, folks. They tried so hard to make it a thing, and thank God it did not stick, because it is so awkward.
There's another psychological thing. Watching movies with scenes of crowded elevators and no masks. Yikes is all I can think now.
Oh my gosh.
Someone with serious brain.
These are emotionally damaged children.
That's what I'm saying. This entire list is literally just people who have had emotional and psychological damage from this thing, and it's because they bought the fear. And I blame the media for a lot of this. Obviously, the governments and all that, but the media really and no real barrier of protection from parents, or you know what I mean. Just man, they really pulled off a big thing here with the pandemic.
Yeah. All right, well that's the end of the list, right?
Yeah, that's the end of the list.
Okay, thanks BuzzFeed for wasting our time. Okay, well, we've got so much more stuff to get into, but we should probably thank some producers, huh?
Yeah, let me do the party thing real quick though. We did get a new party time bed with some vocals in it. I'm gonna try it. and just go through the thing real fast because it happens real quick. But instead of talking about it, just give it a go. Go to CanaryCry.Party, subscribe to our email list, print out street team art, explore the other platforms where we live stream, connect with other Canarians, become a supply drop producer. Oh,
this is fun though. Whee!
Or learn other ways to produce the show.
Yeah. We'll just write you a little thing. You don't need to wing that every time.
I've been trying to consolidate. I have it written, and I've been consolidating all morning, but it's still not good enough.
It's okay. We'll get there.
It's not good enough, Basil. It's a failure.
Oh, birthdays are fun, huh? All right, let's go. Let's take a break.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. After this break, we have the politics section, all sorts of good stuff. Going to be, a real good dissection of some more Supreme Court stuff. That is all coming together, folks. You've been waiting for it. A nice little Biden gaffe. We can't get through a show without a Biden gaffe that reveals perhaps some truths he did not mean to reveal.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
And then we'll talk about some drones as well. So stick around. But before that, we are going to thank some producers. That's right. I said producers because we are on the value for value model, baby. Woo! You may have noticed no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no mail enhancements, supplements, nothing like that. Nope. We have made the decision and sticking by it. We are taking zero corporate money whatsoever, because when the corporate money starts a-flowing, the corporate interests start to knowing, and you'll know it.
So what is that?
You know, man, sometimes you just got to let the old brain synapses breathe.
It's okay.
Just see what comes.
Trust me, there's somebody sent us a clip of me from, it must have been one of the solo episodes.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, well, we're going to play it in the next break.
Well, I know, but it just goes to show that stream of consciousness, words can really dance.
You know what?
Make color paint very colorful images of
That's what happens when we do such a long show.
Yeah.
So, where was I, Gonz? Now I got to get it all revved up again. Okay, so yes, no corporate money whatsoever, because corporate money equals corporate interests, and we don't want any corporate interests involved or getting in the way of our corporate media news analysis and deconstruction. Why would you? Are you listening to any shows that do corporate media news deconstruction and analysis, and they're taking money from corporations in the form of ads or affiliate codes or whatever? Because that's pretty sketchy, just gonna say it. Look, a lot of people doing good work out there, and not to say that there's no value there, but if they're taking corporate money, there are certain things you got to think about. You know, are they having to stay brand friendly? Are they are they self-censoring because they will lose corporate sponsorships or ad dollars if they talk about the wrong news story or the wrong scandal or the wrong, corporate merger or something that fits into, a broader trend or narrative going on. All these things you got to take into account when you are partaking in media that uses corporate money to sustain itself. And we get it. Everybody's got to keep the lights on. And it's easier now more than ever to get advertising dollars for a piece of media you produce. That's part of the trap. It's so easy to get those advertising dollars nowadays. But that's the problem, because when they make it too easy, you're paying in more than just your airtime and your dollars. Because once you take that advertising dollars, it's really hard to break away when they start telling you what to do, start making little comments about the stories that you're covering or not covering, or maybe you're covering them with the wrong attitude and it's good for bad for their parent company or subsidiaries. It's just too complicated, folks. And our goal was to totally disconnect from that worldwide industry that is advertising that makes billions and billions of dollars off of one concept, and that is learning as much about you as possible through data collection, privacy concerns, things like that, and using that information to subtly, psychologically manipulate you into doing what they want. Usually that's spending money on things that you don't want or need. You're convinced by these advertisements that if you just spend a little bit more money, if you just get this type of sheets, if you just get this underwear subscription, then finally you will find happiness and fulfillment in this life. And it's a lie. And look, I get it. We've been raised to think that, just listening to an advertisement, watching an advertisement is no big deal. It doesn't affect me. Well, studies have shown that those who think that they are immune to advertising are indeed the most affected by it, which is why we don't do that. We don't package you up. We don't gain as much trust and attention and viewerships as possible and then wrap it all up in cellophane and send it off to an advertising company for our own personal gain. Nope, you're a human being, and that's what we love about you, listener. And that's why we're on the value for value model, where listeners just like you can think to themselves, perhaps say a little prayer and ask themselves if they get any value out of what we do here on the show. Because if you do, consider putting some value back in, because that's literally the only way that this works. The only reason the show continues is because listeners get value from what we do and then return value when they can. And like I always say, not every single listener has to produce every show. But if everybody who's getting value out of the show at one point or another makes an effort to put some value back in, then the show can keep going. And it takes different forms. It's not just money. There's time, talent, and treasure. But right now, we're going to thank some of our financial producers. Gonz, are you ready?
I am ready. And let me just say, since we started the show, Bitcoin has dropped another $2,000.
Oh, my gosh. Another, what is that, 3%?
Yeah, it's down
1%.
like 15% or something in the last day or something.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yep.
Little
Let's
update there. You ready?
Off.
Okay.
Yes. Well,
there's a couple ways to produce the show. You can head on over to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, head on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCryRadio.com/support is an awesome place with all sorts of ways to support the show. If you're a cryptocurrency person, you can send that on over to our public wallets there. If you want to support the show on a monthly basis, a nice set it and forget it option, so you can continue to receive the value and continue to give the value, you can do that as well. But if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount. Gonz, who are we thanking today?
We're going to start with the executive producer for episode 436, and that is Sir Aaron J. Knight of the Cute Little Piggies.
There he is, Sir Aaron J. Knight of the Cute Little Piggies, our executive producer, and on a streak. You going to hit the executive producer jingle?
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you find this?
There he is. 2 episodes in a row, Sir Aaron. Thank you very much. He was also executive producer last episode. And he comes in with his current Fortnite level, 123. 123. Thank you very much, Sir Aaron. He's our resident e-athlete here, esports athlete. We're very proud of our boy. And thank you very much, Sir Aaron. He also came in with an 1111 producership and a note that says, also, do you guys think it's okay for a Christian to celebrate Valentine's Day? Just wondering. Valentine's Day, Gonzo. Is it okay for Christians to celebrate Valentine's Day? You know, what do you think? You start out.
I mean, it depends on what you mean by celebrate. You know, if you're
good point.
If you're just sort of, you know,
what does it mean to celebrate Valentine's Day?
Yeah, if you're gonna, I don't know. I mean, I think your
just
spouse
going on a
should
date
know.
with your.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Your spouse should know that they're loved and cared for and everything every day. And I suppose you can make the cultural contributions. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
I think the problem, I think what he's referring to here is, specifically talking about Christians celebrating Valentine's Day. The only thing I could think, excuse me?
No, go ahead.
The only thing I can think of is that, Cupid's in there. A little baby, little Greek baby. That's kind of what holiday doesn't have some sort of Greek baby metaphorically.
or some kind of pagan or occult reference to something. It's just everything.
Right. But other than that, it is Saint Valentine's Day, who, was not necessarily a romantic guy. That got a little twisted. But yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean by celebrating. I think it's okay to take your beloved out on a date and just do not give him or her a Valentine's Day card that has Cupid, or else, Satan will get you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
I'm wondering if he had another note, because he says also.
He says also. Yeah, maybe there's another note.
I didn't see a note with the first one. What is chat saying about Valentine's Day while I find this note?
They're probably all saying that it's pagan and you should stay away from it, which is.
What do you mean probably? You can't just
I'm
look
trying.
at it?
I'm looking.
Okay. It's not
Valentine's
pagan.
and or Cupid is just another representation of Baal. 'Tis a pagan day.
Baal.
Yeah.
I never knew Cupid was Baal.
Yeah, Cloud Rider.
Does he just mean sort of like philosophically, just a non-Yahweh divine entity?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a note. So thank you very much, Sir Aaron. If you sent the note and we missed it, just let us know. We'll make it right. But thank you for being our executive producer.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I don't think we have an associate executive producer today, so are we doing the supply drop, folks, here?
I'm waiting for you, bro.
Supply drop.
Okay, the Canary Cry Supply Drop, our 2022 producer thank you campaign, where if you sign up to produce the show for $33.33 a month, for just the whole month, you can get on a list where we are sending out free awesome gifts to thank you for supporting the show. I got to tell you guys, we are currently putting together the package for the Canary Cry Supply Drop for Q1, and there's some fun stuff going on. You're gonna love it. I'm very happy for those who are signing up for the supply drop, because we're gonna have some fun with it. And for those who don't know about it, you can go to CanaryCry.Supply.com, read all about it there. Sign up to support the show for $33.33 a month. And once a quarter, that's 4 times a year, we are putting together a very special exclusive package of cool Canary Cry stuff. It could be items like apparel or survival gear, or buttons and pins, of course, are all part of the thing. All sorts of fun Canary Cry stuff filled with inside jokes and stuff you're just going to love to rep your favorite podcast. And there you go. So I'm going to thank some of the Canary Cry Supply Drop receivers now. And here they are. Gonz, starting off with producer Morph. There he is.
Thank you, Morph.
$33.33 in fees. Thank you. Next, we have Ebony F.
Thank you, Ebony F.
Thank you very much, Ebony. $33.33 in fees. Next, we have Tyler E.
Thank you, Tyler.
Woo! Then we have Sir Mike, Night of the Busy Bees, is coming in.
Oh, Sir Mike.
Mm-hmm. And he adds fees on that. Thank you. And then, not only is he our executive producer, but he's also getting the supply drop, and that's Sir Aaron J, Night of the Cute Little Piggies.
Wow. Thank you, Aaron J.
Charging it. Thanks, Aaron. And then, last but not least, we've got producer Bethany B.
Bethany B. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. And all these folks will be looking forward in March to the first supply drop. They're all just as excited as I am. And in addition to the supply drop, those who sign up in this first quarter for the supply drop will get the Canary Cry calendar. So if you missed out on the Canary Cry calendar back in November and December, and you're just bummed about it, sign up for the supply drop. You'll not only get the package, but you'll also get a calendar. And I think we'll be sending those out before the supply drop, so that's fun. You'll have it to you can mark the supply drop on your Canary Cry calendar, and then some sort of Canary Cry singularity will open up into the universe, and fun prizes will come out.
All right, let's thank some other producers who came in. We're going to continue on with, wow, words sometimes don't come out right.
It's
and
one of those days,
noises, man. Yeah. Producer, Little Winged One. Good to see you, Little Winged One.
Yeah, she's back. Thank you very much, Little Winged One. She sends a note here, says, "Blessings, Canary fam," from Little Winged One. And Little Winged One, I will let you know, I've been wearing my cowboy hat recently.
I was going to say, I haven't seen it on air, but...
Not on air, but I'm wearing that sucker.
Okay.
I'm out on the town doing some hokey pokey.
The symbol status, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Your
symbol
level,
status. It's the anti-status symbol. It's symbol status.
Yeah. Yeah. Belkis R.
Thank you very much, Belkis R. I hope we're saying that correctly. I don't know how to say that, but thank you for the support. Comes in with the Gonz birthday producership 3939 and a note.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Gonz. You share a birthday with my sister. Love you guys. Perfect combo. I always listen when I'm working out. LOL. Helps time go by faster. Anyways, Godspeed. Thank you very much, Belkis.
Thank you, Belkis. And you should do like just randomly do something to pump up Belkis, you know? Get him to go through the last few rounds of his bicep curls or something.
Get it. Come on. You're slowing down. Let's go. Something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's for you, Belkis.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Belkis. Next up, we have... soundboard not responding. No. Hold on. Go back.
No.
Okay. JC.
JC is on a streak.
What? Hold on. He's on a streak.
That's right. 61 episodes in a row JC has been supporting. He comes in for the Gonz birthday 3939. Thank you very much, JC.
Thank you, JC.
And a note. Is the 39th year considered on the hill since 40 is over the hill? Being 11 years younger, what advice would you give someone with far less aches and pains than you? Gonz, happy Friday to both of you. Any advice to the children, the 28-year-olds?
I guess it's, take care of yourself. In my 30s, I think I sprained my ankle. I broke my hand. What else happened? I don't know. I feel like I went through a lot of physical decline, and a lot of it had to do with I didn't really take care of myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say if there's anything, if I can go back 10 years and fix, it's, doing a little bit better with eating the food there, less carby food, and working out a little more consistently. Other than that, I feel like if you do that, then you get your life pattern, your habits are in place, and you can kind of get other things done, get the things that you need to get done.
28, around 30 is you kind of start to feel like it's your last chance to really nail some good habits.
Yeah, habits can change. Okay. Yeah, but you're right. Yes, things do solidify.
I mean, it's not your last chance.
No, it's not. It feels like it.
As someone who was semi-recently just 28, I'm kind of had moved into a point in my life where I'm like, I better get my act together because it's going to just get harder. It doesn't get easier from here.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry too much about the anxiety. I mean, I guess we all feel it, and we all feel it at different points too, I guess, right? Like I'm feeling old, but there's older people who listen to the show or watch the show, and
you're just a young buck.
Just a number, but yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, follow your passions. Yeah, it is sort of late 20s, you start looking at your 30s, you do feel like, wow, I better get my life together. So if that helps you get your life together, great, but I would say just health is the biggest thing, because it is kind of the last, you get into good habits with your health in your 30s. I feel like you're good to go for your 40s. And, I feel like I'm starting late, and I'm still not doing as great as I could. But from what I hear, 40s, the physical part, the physical decline keeps trending in the wrong direction, down and to the right. So
yeah, I would say yes, it's not too late. You can still things can still be good. JC, you're on it, bro.
You got it, JC. Thank you, JC. Next up, we have Hannah G.
Hannah G, thank you very much. Hannah G coming in with the Gonz birthday, $39.39 and fees. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Hannah. Next, Robert R.
Robert R coming in. You guessed it, with the $39.39 and fees for Gonz's birthday. How's about you? Rab here from Northern Iron. Hippo birdies to use. Oh, I see what's going on here. Hippo birdies to use, hippo birdies to use, hippo birdies, dear Gonzo, hippo birdies to use. From one old dad joke maker to another, God bless you both. Thank you very much, Rab.
Thank you, Rob.
From Northern Ireland.
Rab.
Is that North Ireland? Northern Ireland? Northern Ireland?
Northern Iron.
I think it's Northern Ireland.
Probably.
I think so.
Is there an Iron Mountain somewhere?
Is there a Norn anywhere?
Norn? I don't know.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Robert R. Appreciate it. Next up, Jackie U.
Jackie U is on a streak?
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
What number?
I don't know. We might need to actually figure this out. We'll give it to her. She's, I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, no. Well, she's on a streak of something, and she comes in with $39.39 plus fees, and a little note says, happy birthday, Gonz. This is $39.39 plus fees. Thank you. Appreciate it, Jackie U.
Thank you, Jackie U. Next, we have Morv.
That's right. Morv is on a streak. 45 episodes in a row, coming in with the $39.39. And not only did he come in with the birthday producership, but also signed up for the supply drop. Morv is killing it today. And he says, happy birthday, Gonzo. Hope you have a great weekend and are able to do some relaxing. I'm looking forward to seeing some fellow Canarians at the South Carolina meetup tomorrow. So blessed to be a part of this great community. Well, we're blessed to have you too, Morv, and I'm very excited to hear about the South Carolina meetup. And try to get a little audio recording if you can, even if it's just everybody saying, think outside the cage, or you could just turn on your little, voice recorder, pass it around, see if people have anything important to say or not important. Doesn't have to be important. We just like hearing from the meetups. So shout out to all the people going to the South Carolina meetup. Hope you guys have a good time.
Yep. Thank you very much, Morv. Next up, we have Jessica J.
Jessica J coming in with the $39.39. Happiest of birthdays, Gonz. 39 years young.
Thank you very much, Jessica J. Appreciate it. Next, we have Heather Surus.
Heather Surus is on a streak. 49.
She's on a streak.
Women rule!
49 episodes in a row, coming in with the $39.39. Happy birthday, big dog. Almost the big 40. At 40 is when you can start telling stories about walking 5 miles to school in the snow, uphill, both ways. I feel like I've been telling that story since I was 28. So. And calling kids little whippersnappers. Hope you have a great weekend, and you little whippersnappers keep up the good work. Can we get a Gonzo mix? Much love, Heather Surus, East Side.
Oh, didn't fire off. Okay, let's. You want to set me up again?
Yeah. Can we get a Gonzo Misk? Much love. Heather Ceres, East Side.
They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
We are indeed fake.
Very well done. Thank you, Gonz, and thank you, Heather Ceres.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Gail M.
Gail M is on streak.
What? Hold on. Here we go.
That's right. Gail M's producing the show 74 episodes in a row. Came in twice, 39, and a pocket full of threes and a notes. My birthday message to you, Philippians 1, 2 through 3. Grace be unto you and peace from God your Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. I thank my God upon every remembrance of you. XXXXOOOOO. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank you, Gail M. Appreciate it. Next, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
On a streak. Come on. 98 episodes in a row, almost to the big 100. Sir Scott coming in for 39.39. Happy Friday, guys, and happy birthday, Gonz.
Thank you, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth. Appreciate it. Next up.
I'm going to slip one in right here.
Okay.
Came in just in the nick of time, and this is from Jacqueline A.
Jacqueline A, thank you.
Jacqueline A comes in for 33 plus fees.
Ooh.
Illuminatus!
Thank you very much, Jacqueline A.
Jacqueline A. Okay. Next up, we have Azaria.
Azaria, thank you very much for the 33 in fees. And a note, all the best to you both, and happy birthday to you, Gonz. Azaria of the River Winds. P.S. Please demooch me. Woo! Thank you very much, Azaria, and congratulations on your demooching. You are officially demooched. And for those who don't know, demooching is what happens if you produce the show for the first time, and make sure to tell us it's your first time so we can demooch you. So congratulations, and thank you for producing the show. Finally pulling the trigger. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
and
Zaria.
what a day to do it, too. Happy birthday to you, Gonz.
I appreciate it. Next up, we have Sir Mike, Knight of the Busy Bee.
That's right. Sir Mike, Knight of the Busy Bees, one of our Canary Cry Knights of the Round Table, 33. So, Illuminatus says, Shalom. Email to follow shortly. Sir Michael, Knight of the Busy Bees. That email did not follow shortly. It's currently following longly. So, still waiting, Sir Mike, but thank you very much for the producership.
Are you sure we're waiting for it?
Yeah. I've been on it. I've been on the case.
Okay. You're on the case. Next up, we have Child of God.
Thank you very much, Child of God. On a streak. 41 episodes in a row, coming in for $11.75. That's $11.11 plus fees. 11. Happy birthday, Gonz. 41st donation. Thank you very much, Child of God.
Thank you, Child of God. Next, we have Sir Salmon's Knight of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's is on a streak.
Oh, here we go.
17 episodes in a row and 11. Thank you very much. And a note here. Happy Friday and happy birthday, Gonz. Hope you have a good one and don't feel like you're so old that you need to cryogenically freeze your head to be revived in the future, because you aren't. So don't do that. Many blessings, many birthday blessings from the fishes.
Yeah, not ready to do that. You know, age doesn't matter when it comes to that thing, because I think in Age of Deceit 2, I reported on a guy who was, or kid, he was like 13 or 12 or something. And he was one of the youngest people to ever sign up for the cryogenically freezing life extension thing.
Fun.
And he was, he was all about it. And he was like,
rich kid.
I want to wake up in the future.
Okay.
So, yeah, you don't have to be old to want to do that. but guess we'll start thinking about it more as we chug along here, huh? Huh, Sir Salmons?
We'll just upload you to my AI.
To just yours.
Yeah.
on the Ethereum blockchain. So I'm immutable.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
Whatever you want.
Next up, we have Josh M.
Josh M. coming in with a pocket full of sevens and fees. Thank you very much, Josh M. And a note. Happy birthday, Basil. Thank you. I thought this would be a good time to become a producer. This is my first time producing, and I plan to continue in the future. I hope you have a blessed birthday and a fun one. God bless, from Josh M. Thank you very much, Josh M.
Thank you, Josh M.
Yeah. Well, it's my birthday too, Gonz, but
yeah,
it's both our birthdays.
I'm equitable like that, you know?
Yeah. Oh.
If it's my birthday, then it's your birthday too.
CanaryCry Radio. It is our birthday.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. It's ours.
Thank you very much, Josh M. Let's demooch Josh.
Demooch Josh.
Thank you very much, Josh, and congratulations for your demooching, and thanks for supporting the show.
Yep. Thank you very much. Next, we have Palmer B.
Palmer B on streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
14 episodes in a row, pocket full of sevens and fees. Let the Monties rejoice, for it is Friday.
It's Friday, day, 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 day. It's Friday, day, 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 day. It's Friday. It's Friday, day, 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 day.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, there you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing. We'll keep playing with the Friday thing. Thank you, Palmer B. And that, as far as I know, concludes our producers who have come in the amount of 777 or more, which entitles them to a note to be read on the show. But we've got a few more producers to thank underneath the cutoff, and let's do that now, starting with producer Christopher O.
Thank you, Christopher O.
Thank you very much, Christopher O. And next up, we got Adam42 in the house.
Adam42, thank you very much.
For 442. Then we have Veronica D.
Thank you, Veronica D. She's on a big streak.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. It's okay. You fixed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 74 episodes in a row. Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, Veronica.
Next, we've got Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
On a super streak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah!
Quicker.
Oh, yeah!
Man, thank you so much.
108 episodes in a row. Sir Casey coming in with a pocket full of threes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Doctor Who Done Dat on a streak.
Doctor Who Done Dat.
45 episodes in a row, threes and fees. Last but not least, we've got producer Amanda P on a streak.
On a streak.
Yes.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
32 episodes in a row, one away from the Illuminated Lizard Master shill. We'll be happy to award that to you. Next episode, Amanda P. coming in with the threes and fees. And that concludes our treasure producers, our financial producers for this show. Thank you guys very much for a wonderful showing. And Gonz, you want to say thank you for all your birthday presents?
Do you have to talk to me like you're my mother?
Hey, little guy. Remember what we say when somebody gives us something nice?
Thank you for your patronage.
Shut up and take my money.
Hold on. Yeah. Actually, no. Let's wait. There is actually one more birthday going on today, Gonz.
Oh,
but I want to do that in the start of the next section.
Okay. Well, it's not. Again, it's not technically my birthday today. It's tomorrow.
Oh my gosh!
So.
If you say that one more time, tomorrow won't be your birthday either.
2222. 2222.
Oh yeah. What?
My birthday this year
12222.
Yeah, 12222.
Yeah. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I truly appreciate it. I'm very humbled and yes, feel very warm inside. Thank you so much for all the birthday support today. But let's move on.
No, let's not move on. No, we're going to thank the other birthday today. Somebody else has a birthday today. Somebody very special to us. And we are going to say happy birthday to Dame Island Girl.
Oh. Happy birthday to... Well, not me, but to...
Yeah, well, there you go. Happy
Dame Lynn.
birthday. Dame Island Girl was our first member of the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames and has been listening to the show for so long. And we're just so happy to wish her a happy birthday here on the show.
Happy birthday. And so her birthday is the day before my birthday?
Yup.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2122.
I know, you guys are so close. I have to buy so many presents all in the 2-day period.
I know. You never thought you'd have to...
I know. I send birthday presents to every single listener who has a birthday.
Less than a month after Christmas, huh?
Uh-huh. Yes. It's a hard time of year.
Apparently.
Well, happy birthday, Dame Island Girl. Thank you very much
for
being
Island Girl.
Part of the Canaryverse. Okay, now we can thank everybody for their patronage.
Okay, here we go.
Shut up and take my money. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Money.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
your blood.
It's politics time, folks. And I would like to start off with a little rundown and an update of the Supreme Court Sotomayor masking story, because it continues to evolve in a way that, we make predictions a lot on this show. Some of them are serious, some of them are not so serious. And the timeline on this is moving much quicker than I expected. But for those who may have missed last episode or weren't paying attention or something, we brought a story about, we brought the CNBC article reporting on it, which was this sort of scathing thing, how Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch didn't wear a mask while going to the in-person whatever it is, Supreme Court meeting or whatever they call it. Club meeting.
Council, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was. Hearing oral arguments, giving that kind of stuff. Yeah, right. And Justice Gorsuch didn't wear a mask, and Sotomayor has diabetes, and there's reports about how Gorsuch didn't wear a mask because he's a bad person, and he was putting Sotomayor's life at
Sotomayor
risk.
had to stream in virtually because he won't wear a mask.
And I'll actually read just a little bit from the original reporting of this, which was not CNBC. The original reporting of this came from NPR, from Nina Totenberg, who we will get to later. But the original reporting went like this: Supreme Court justices aren't scorpions, but not happy campers either. And it was sort of, it starts out like this. It says, it was pretty jarring earlier this month when the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court took the bench for the first time since the Omicron surge over the holidays. And Gonz, I don't know if you are using the link that I sent, but the link I sent was the very first archived version of the story.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to go all the way. Yeah. And you'll notice in the first sentence, there's a typo, which is, I guess they just ran with the first draft, without finding a typo in the very first sentence. Because it says, it was pretty jarring earlier this month when the justices of the Supreme Court took the bench for the first time since the Omicron surge over the holidays. All were now wearing masks. All, that is, except Justice Neil Gorsuch. What's more, Justice Sonia Sotomayor was not there at all, choosing instead to participate through a microphone set up in her chambers. Sotomayor is a longtime diabetic, a condition that puts her at high risk for serious illness or even death from COVID-19. She has been the only justice to wear a mask on the bench since last fall, when, amid a marked decline in COVID cases, the justices resumed in-person arguments for the first time since the onset of the pandemic. Now, though, the situation had changed with the Omicron surge, and according to court sources, Sotomayor did not feel safe in close proximity to people who were unmasked. Chief Justice John Roberts, understanding that in some form, asked the other justices to mask up. They all did, except Gorsuch, who, as it happens, sits next to Sotomayor on the bench. He continued refusal since then has also meant that Sotomayor has not attended the justices' weekly conference in person, joining instead by telephone. And then it just goes into a very long article about different, I don't know, it's kind of like a big old roundup of all the the Supreme Court people.
The Gorsuch history.
Very mean to Gorsuch.
Right.
Now, after that, National Review. Oh, hold on.
I have a Yahoo link next. I just did it in your sequence. So
yeah. I actually put the wrong one in there, but it's too late. No,
it's okay. It's not too late. Just give it to me. What is it?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing is I don't have it. I was going to bring the NPR. This is fine. We'll take the National Review article. NPR responded because of this. This is coming from National Review, mirrored on Yahoo. NPR stands by Supreme Court mask story despite denials. NPR is standing by reporting from its legal affairs correspondent, Nina Totenberg, alleging that Justice Neil Gorsuch refused a request from Chief Justice John Roberts that he don a mask on the bench, a request that Totenberg implied was made by Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who is diabetic. All three justices dispute Totenberg's story on Wednesday. All three of them. So they're... First, Justice
hit a jackpot.
I know. First, Justices Sotomayor and Gorsuch issued a joint statement stating that, quote, reporting that Justice Sotomayor asked Justice Gorsuch to wear a mask surprised us. It is false. While we may sometimes disagree about the law, we are warm colleagues and friends.
Oh, my gosh.
Then Chief Justice Roberts issued a separate statement insisting that he did not request Justice Gorsuch or any other justice to wear a mask on the bench.
Oh, God.
Nevertheless, Totenberg wrote the following in a piece published on Wednesday evening. Good. Okay, here is so see that hyperlink there? On the word piece. Yeah. Click on that one. This is the one I meant to bring. But they do all the right quoting over in the National Review article. So I'll keep reading from that. Quote, this is from the NPR response piece to them saying, oh, Gorsuch is mean and Roberts asked him to wear a mask, but he didn't because now he's mean to Sotomayor, putting her life at risk. All three of the justices involved came out in a public statement and said, this is false. No, when we brought up this article last episode, I made a point to say, the media loves this sort of drama that they are creating with the Supreme Court. They love politicizing the Supreme Court, even though it's not supposed to be a political organization. They love, for some reason, recently it's like a reality TV show that they're scripting and trying to play out this drama in the public forum of the American news media. And all three of these justices came out and said, none of this happened. You made this up. We wouldn't do this, much less did we do this. And so Totenberg wrote back to them another story about, in response to being
called out to make up stories, being
fact checked by the people she's reporting on.
Okay, go ahead.
Supreme Court justices. And it says, quote, on Wednesday, Sotomayor and Gorsuch issued a statement saying that she did not ask him to wear a mask. NPR's report did not say that she did. We mentioned that. Then the Chief Justice issued a statement, that's Roberts, saying he did not request Justice Gorsuch or any other justice to wear a mask on the bench. The NPR report said the Chief Justice's ask to the justices had come in some form. So she's sort of saying, I'm recognizing that I have been slammed. Okay, I think maybe I've been unfairly slammed, but slam noted. And then the next line is, NPR stands by its reporting, added Totenberg. Yet, Roberts' statement would seem to leave little room for any form of an ask. Totenberg's original report read as follows. Sotomayor did not feel safe in close proximity to people who are unmasked. Chief Justice John Roberts, understanding that in some form, asked the other justices to mask up. They all did, except Gorsuch, who, as it happens, sits next to Sotomayor on the bench. And I thought, okay, what sources were cited on this? So I was like, okay, maybe Sotomayor made a statement or her people made a statement or something to, slam her conservative colleagues or something. But you go back to the original story and in classic fake journalist fashion, which is so common nowadays for the type of reporting that's allowed to be called news nowadays, there is no source. There's no source. There's no link. There's no nothing. There's just a reference to according to court sources, which could be anything. I mean, it could be a person, a secret mole or something in the Supreme Court staff or something. But the only reference to sources were court sources. And I don't even know all that include that. So, and a lot of times that kind of language is used to be so ambiguous to basically mean that there's no source. Now, why? Why for any of this? Now, I postulated last episode, they're ramping up this Supreme Court personal drama in the news recently, perhaps to call question, to bring into question the court's, a bias or unbiasedness. Are they truly sort of nonpartisan tools of justice or whatever? But recently, all in all, there's been all this reporting trying to make the Supreme Court seem like a reality show, like a Big Brother or something, and people getting into fights and quibbling and being nasty to one another for no reason. Well, the Supreme Court came out and said, this is fake. This isn't real. What are you doing? And NPR says, we stand by this possible, probable lie from Nina, whatever her face, Totenberg. Toten lies. Now, that got me thinking, who is this Nina Totenberg person? Like, that she would just do this, that she would be able to do this, no ramifications, more or less have a completely unsourced story. Not just an unsourced story, which happens a lot, but an unsourced story of such like pettiness, just arguing within the Supreme Court. And so I just kind of checked her out online. I mostly went to her Wikipedia. Very, very famous, long-standing journalist, lawyer, blah, blah, blah. All sorts of journalistic awards, been on all sorts of journalism outlets, whether it's TV or radio or the written word. But there are some interesting things down here in controversies and criticism. And let me read that to you here. Totenberg has made friends with a number of politicians and lawyers in national politics, and her personal connections to these people have occasionally generated discussion. What a great Wikipedia writer.
Occasionally generated discussion.
Discussion, not scandal, not, controversy.
Conspiracy.
Just discussion. Yeah, not conspiracy, discussion. Allegations that Totenberg obtained her scoops by untoward means were prevalent early in her career. So there you go. We're talking about untoward means. What are her sources? Stuff like that. Similar to this recent story. A fact Bill Kovac, editor of the New York Times, attributed to sexism. Oh, since she was one of the few women working in a predominantly male environment. Totenberg was criticized by some commentators for hugging her friend Lani Gounet during a press conference announcing Gounet's nomination by Bill Clinton to the post of Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Media critic Howard Kurtz reported that while Totenberg said she did not intend to give special treatment to Gounet in her reporting, she had hugged her because she had not seen her in some time. Then, Gonz, in 2000, some journalists expressed concern that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's officiating at Totenberg's wedding. So her wedding was officiated by Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I'd say that's a pretty close connection with the Supreme Court. If Ruth Bader Ginsburg is officiating your wedding, could be seen as a conflict of interest. Totenberg responded she did not consider it a conflict of interest since her friendship with the jurist was established long before Ginsburg was nominated to the Supreme Court. Okay, so you've been friends with Ruth Bader Ginsburg long before she was in the Supreme Court. Okay, so I would say Totenberg has a really close connection. But it goes on. She also had a friendship with Justice Antonin Scalia from when he was Assistant U.S. Attorney General. So she's good friends with not just previous Supreme Court justices, but also current. I guess they're both previous now. Antonin Scalia, you'll remember, died of a alleged heart attack on a hunting trip with a pillow over his head. So that's interesting. But so she's very connected, very well connected. In fact, she's sort of the proto model for what is the norm in journalism today, which is you're just super close. You are an elite yourself.
Right.
You're in the elite circles. You are an elite, and you allegedly are supposed to be reporting unbiased on the elite. But, you never know. The Wall Street Journal editorialist Paul Gigot wrote in 1991, this is how long she's been doing this, that Totenberg exhibits partisanship in her reporting. Washington Post reporter Thomas Edsall said in 1995 that she was cited as an example of liberal bias in public broadcasting due to her reporting on two controversial Supreme Court nominations.
Oh, she's just ahead of her time.
Yeah, her whole career is based around becoming friends with the Supreme Court and then biasly reporting on them. This is
that is
how
funny.
she became who she is.
That's her shtick.
Yeah, it's her entire career.
Yeah.
And so, when some mindless drivel about non-existent Supreme Court drama, coming out by the sort of premier journalist, master of Supreme Court, journalism, but also good friends with the Supreme Court justices, it's a little suspicious. And so the thinking was, okay, this whole thing is setting up for something, or it's a distraction from something. For some reason, somebody wants to diminish faith in the unbiased nature of the Supreme Court, or something. Maybe they want to rile up public opinion about how there's more conservatives than there are liberals. And, we just don't know what it is. And then a day later, this article comes out from, where was this from? WAPO, yes. This is from the Washington Post. It goes like this. Supreme Court investigators force Trump and his children on the defensive on multiple fronts. Multiple fronts. So this is what happens a day after this mask lie story comes out. A flurry of decisions by the Supreme Court and federal and state investigators has forced Donald Trump and his adult children to defend their conduct on multiple fronts, potentially jeopardizing their futures or perhaps yet again allowing the former president to escape unscathed. On Tuesday, New York Attorney General Letitia James submitted a 157-page filing detailing much of the evidence her investigators have gathered so far on the business practices of Trump and his children. Focused on a possible pattern of fraud, the civil investigation is separate from a criminal probe James is running in tandem with the new Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Then, on Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected Trump's request to block the release of some of his White House records to the House committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by a pro-Trump mob. Thursday brought a double whammy. We're up to 4 now, Gonz. 4 decisions on Trump by the Supreme Court in 2 days. Thursday brought a double whammy. The House committee sent a letter to Ivanka Trump requesting her voluntary testimony. In the letter, the panel said witnesses have told investigators that former White House advisor might have direct knowledge of her father's actions before, during, and after the mob of his supporters tried to stop Congress from certifying Joe Biden as president. And in Atlanta, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis requested a special purpose grand jury to aid in her investigation into whether Trump and others committed crimes by trying to pressure Georgia election officials to overturn his loss in the 2020 election. Taken together, the events seem to spell bad news for Trump, but some who have observed him for decades are arguing caution. After all, Trump survived 2 House impeachments, avoiding conviction by the Senate, as well as the investigation led by Robert S. Mueller III into Russian involvement in the 2016 election, and several congressional probes of his administration. You know, when you lay it all out like that, Trump really has survived a lot of attacks.
He's Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, right. Dodging these bullets. Have you seen the new Matrix yet? Okay, no. Don't get off track. So I'm going to stop there because the article goes on, and it is very interesting, and we could do a whole nother segment just on this article, but we're not going to do it. So it still leaves me to wonder what the heck is going on with Totenberg, the Supreme Court, that whole nonsense being sort of thrown out there the day before Trump just gets this onslaught of bad news from the Supreme Court. One of them is, obviously they're trying to make a point that it's a conservative court and they're picking on Sotomayor. This is what happens when conservatives run the Supreme Court. It's too biased. They're too conservative, and they're bullying the liberals on the court. And what's wrong with this country? How can we possibly survive with a conservative Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera? And then the next day, it is a total onslaught against Trump, which if you're, an unbiased observer, you have a majority conservative court, you'd think, okay, maybe they'd give Trump a break on a couple of things. But they absolutely have not. They're allowing district attorneys all over the place to go full force with their cases against Trump. And the biggest one was rejecting his request to block the release of the White House documents, which he was claiming executive privilege. And that's connected to January 6th. They're like, what was going on in the White House before January 6th? And Donald Trump was trying to hide those documents, but the Supreme Court released them. And so to bring it together,
I was gonna say, let's.
There's just a lot here. There's just a lot. Yeah, there's just a lot of things going on, and considering that this was Nina Totenberg, who is notorious friend of, personal friend of a lot of Supreme justices, her to be sort of writing a rag, like a tabloid rag, a fake tabloid rag, by the way, that gets public admonishment from the justices is very suspicious. So I'm wondering where Nina Totenberg lies on this whole thing. Was she trying to, as a liberal, you wouldn't expect her to try to distract from Trump's failures, or at least his problems. I could see how, if she's pushing for liberal leadership in the government and the Supreme Court, that she would want to make it sound so partisan that it's completely corrupt and we can't respect any decisions coming out of the Supreme Court. And then boom, the next day, it totally turns that whole idea on its head. So, I guess I don't have like a full theory of everything quite yet. But
I was waiting for the big choker at the end.
It's an ongoing story. I was first giving this 6 months. I was giving this 6 months to develop, and it developed in 2 days afterwards. So I don't know. There's still more going, but the long and short of it is the Supreme Court, I believe, is under attack by the whatever you would consider NPR. I mean, they're technically not corporate media, corporate news media, but they are quote unquote public news media.
So you're okay. So what you're suggesting, perhaps, I'm not saying this is what you are saying, but what you may be suggesting is that the Supreme Court is not the NPR article, even though it's not factual, is kind of a warning signal to them, like you guys better comply with some of this Trump stuff, or we're going to keep slamming you publicly.
That's possible. That's one of the possibilities. So it's either the Supreme Court, is some sort of message to the Supreme Court that they're not immune from the sort of mudslinging in the news media, or you can get even more conspiratorial about it, that maybe Trump had set up, or Trump's people had set up, saw the news coming, knew it was going to look bad, knew he was going to be in trouble, and to benefit him, somehow feed Totenberg, notorious, respected journalist who doesn't name sources. You have some anonymous source, court source or something, or do something through the system, find a mole or malcontent in the system, and have them set it up where Nina reports on a, politically biased or politically divided court or something, in order to sort of craft a vision that what he is experiencing is some sort of, partisan retribution or something. That one's a little bit more convoluted. Both of them are not perfect theories, but I could see both of them happening.
Yeah, well, certainly
it would be a good defense for him to, sort of feed the media with these ideas that the Supreme Court can't be trusted a day or two before they totally attack him on everything.
So yeah, you're right. This is wow. We are really looking at all this through glass darkly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm just saying, man. When we first read that mask story, it just smelled so fishy.
It did smell really fishy. Yeah,
there's just something too fishy. Something bigger has to be going on. And I'm not saying I got it all figured out, but the 2 days after that story came out, the plot thickens over and over again.
Right. It's like looking at a beautiful flower, but something's not right. Turns out the flower is going to try to eat you, like in Mario World.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly what I was thinking, Gonz. You read my mind.
Okay.
So it's an ongoing thing. I'm going to be keeping an eye on a lot more Supreme Court reporting, and hopefully I'll be able to be a little bit more succinct and articulate about it in the future as more things start to happen. But I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention, so we can all follow it together.
Fantastic. Well, moving on. We're still in politics, but we got to touch on Biden here.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
And oh yeah, he said, I wonder what his doomsday clock says.
Armageddon's on the way.
Wonder how much time he's considering is left. The Telegraph here. Joe Biden's gaffe may have inadvertently revealed the truth about his Ukraine policy. And it says here, I wish I had clips of this, but it's okay. We don't have to. The article does a good job laying it out there. It was 28 minutes into Joe Biden's press conference when the gaffe came, and it was a jaw-dropper, especially if you were watching in Kiev or the Kremlin. The U.S. president appeared to say that if Vladimir Putin were to make only a minor incursion into Ukraine, then Russia would not face devastating sanctions. His exact words were, quote, Russia will be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and we and NATO end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do, etc. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, end quote. The comment whizzed around the world, and as the implications of what he had said sank in, a journalist read it back to him. Was Mr. Biden giving, quote, permission for a, quote, minor incursion by Russia into Ukraine, the journalist asked. Mr. Biden laughed and said, good question. It did sound like that, didn't it?
Wow, he's so good at these press conferences.
In Kiev, there were accusations Mr. Biden was giving a green light to the Kremlin and anger that he would publicly make a distinction between different levels of Russian attack. According to the Ukrainians, that was a particularly dangerous thing to do as Mr. Putin's preferred option is believed to be a limited incursion. It led to suspicions a deal was being done behind Ukraine's back. I don't blame Ukraine. You know, it's like Biden says this stuff. He's like, wait a minute. What?
Yeah, that is.
What are you saying? What are you saying, old man? You got to deal with Putin behind our back here. Indeed, the fear in Kiev was that Mr. Biden had not so much been wrong, but that he had inadvertently told the truth. A whole country of Canarians, basically. Whatever he meant, it was an example of Mr. Biden saying too much and talking loosely, a failing for which he has form. This is the Telegraph really going after him. In his first press conference for 78 days, the president was perhaps seeking to demonstrate his command of detail, ultimately speaking for almost 2 hours. This was that really long presser he did. But the moment he finished, White House officials desperately scrambled to clean up the remarks on Ukraine. They said what Mr. Biden had been talking about was the divisions in NATO over how to respond to Russian aggression. It was also suggested that by, quote, minor incursion, he had meant Russian cyber attacks rather than a small military invasion.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
But if anyone's paying attention to Klaus Schwab, the cyber pandemic is going to be so massive that COVID is just a small disturbance.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right. Following the presidential misstep, it was left to Jen Psaki. Poor Jen. Isn't she leaving?
Yeah.
How long? When is she leaving? I
think later on in the year.
Okay.
I think she gave like a year's notice in November or whenever she said it.
She said, quote, if any Russian military forces move across the Ukraine border, that's a renewed invasion, and it will be met with a swift, severe, and united response, she said. A White House national security official added, quote, he, Mr. Biden, was referring to the difference between military and non-military paramilitary cyber action by the Russians. You know what it's like? It's when like a kid says something, you know, and the parents are like, what he meant was, this is kind of what's happening to Biden.
Yeah.
Within the hour, it was also announced that Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, would make a speech about Ukraine the following morning in Berlin. Hey, Blinken, can you clean things up a little bit for Biden over there?
Yeah, he's not the guy to do it. He's going to get into a slapping match with another diplomat.
Mr. Blinken
kind of
was
his specialty.
Mr. Blinken was expected to deliver a much more forceful commitment to the defense of Ukraine than his boss. For Mr. Biden, it was the latest gaffe on foreign policy. And it goes into some history. But there you go. Good old president making and Ukraine
it's just
being
so weak. It just looks so bad.
That was the big point.
Now, there's a lot of talk about the presser that he gave, about how it's the longest, presidential press briefing that was ever given. You hear a bunch of those reports, like, Clinton, before him, it was Clinton who had it. But then Biden gives the biggest, strongest, loudest, coolest speech any president has ever given. And I think that was just kind of like, Mr. President, everybody thinks you're like tired and old and weak. And like you don't.
Shota, you want to fight? No, don't fight, Mr. President. Just
you don't
do a 2-hour press conference.
Yeah, you don't talk to the media often enough. You don't take questions. Every time somebody asks a question, they get escorted out of the building. It's really not a good look. We kind of need to spice it up. We need you to look strong. And so he comes out, gives this, I don't know what they loaded the guy up with to keep him going for 2 hours, or whatever it was. But they load him up. They send him out there. He's projecting strength and vitality and talking longer than anybody ever expected. He's answering questions, but then he does such a weak job of saying, yeah, Russia can have a little bit of incursion, like as a treat. We'll let him do that. But any more, then they better watch out.
And it's almost as if he doesn't realize, he still thinks the internet doesn't exist or something, and word will only get to Ukraine next week or next month or something.
Whatever, yeah.
He doesn't realize that it's the moment he says something.
He still doesn't quite. See, that was the thing with Trump, is like he would say crazy stuff.
Yeah, but he knew he was
knew he was saying crazy stuff, and like that's why he did it. Like he did it as a strategy, for better or for worse. Still kind of remains to be seen. That's the problem with Biden, is he says crazy stuff and he doesn't know what he's saying is crazy.
Oh, well, good old Joe. We'll keep an eye on Joe there.
Somebody's gotta
keep it up, buddy. All right. Well, we're in the second drone age.
Drone strikes have saved lives.
Can we shoot them down if over our property?
Drones.
New York Times newly declassified video shows U.S. killing of 10 civilians in drone strike. And says your Washington newly declassified surveillance footage provides additional insight about the final minutes and aftermath of a botched U.S. drone strike last year in Kabul, Afghanistan.
This was Biden's like revenge strike, trying to act tough.
Yeah.
During the Afghanistan pullout, everybody was calling him weak.
Right.
He's like, I'll show them how tough I am. Drone strike that fool. And he killed like 10 kids.
I'm sorry I laugh, but this is seriously some like comic show level stuff.
I know.
Where he's like, I'll show you. And then like, accident, they're like, hey, you're weak, President. What are you doing? I'll show you. And then drone strike. And they're like, what are you doing? You're killing innocent people. You can't do anything right. You were going to
bring up Space Force again, weren't you?
I was not.
Okay. But yeah, it really is. It's like a Space Force thing. Like
it's comedy.
If it wasn't, it's funny because it's so horrible.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't so horrible, like it would be funny.
It would be a TV show plot, or something where,
every time Biden tries to act like a tough guy, it shoots him in the foot. This drone strike, every time he tries to be like tough on anti-vaxxers, he sounds like a loon. And when he tries to give a big long speech, he just accidentally tells Russia that he's going to let them invade Ukraine. Like, he just can't do it, man. He ran on this like cute Grandpa Biden thing, and when Grandpa gets mad, he just looks silly.
Well, especially now with the internet, people are scrutinizing every syllable, every word, especially if you're president.
Yeah.
Let alone some podcaster. Yeah. But, this is more of that, I guess. But, there's not much to the story other than the headline here. We can get into all the details of what it is, blah, blah, blah. But,
But the fun part is that there's footage now, and when I say fun, I mean horrible.
Yeah.
Why don't you let's do a couple paragraphs just to say we read the news.
Okay. The strike on August 29th killed 10 innocent people, including 7 children, in a tragic blunder that punctuated the end of the 20-year war in Afghanistan. The disclosure of the video was a rare step by the U.S. military in any case of an airstrike that caused civilian casualties, and is the first time any footage from the Kabul strike has been seen publicly. The videos encompass about 25 minutes of silent footage from 2 drones. A military official said both were MQ-9 Reapers, showing the minutes before, during, and after the strike. At the time, blurry footage that operators were watching will continue to be scrutinized for new details about how the episode unfolded, while demonstrating the heightened risk of error that accompanies any decision to fire a missile in a densely populated neighborhood.
I love this. They are trying to actually kind of defend Biden in a way, because he ordered the drone strike.
Yeah.
He is responsible for it. And you're right. They almost never release this stuff. If you ever get to see this type of footage, it's because it was leaked to like WikiLeaks or something.
Yeah.
And somebody's in jail for whistleblowing. But for it to actually be released by the military.
Yeah.
And this writing about it in New York Times, the at times blurry footage it'll be continue to be scrutinized, but you can see it's a heightened risk of error. It's a hard thing to do to kill one guy in a neighborhood with a drone strike. I mean, it wasn't easy to do. I mean, you can see how the military guy who actually pulled the trigger had a hard time doing it. And it's kind of serving to take pressure off of Biden. I mean, Biden was the guy who gave the order. And why do this and exclusively comment about, see how hard it is to do a good job with drones?
It is interesting because, all the ESG, the Great Reset, 2030 UN Sustainable Development, all of it, one of the themes that we've tracked from all that is transparency. We need more transparency. And in this occasion, I think they used the Freedom of Information Act to get the footage. Yeah, New York Times obtained the footage of the strike through a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the United States Central Command. So it was a lawsuit. It wasn't just like a FOIA request. But in any case, to release the footage, there has to be almost like the appearance of transparency. The New York Times can spin it like this, obviously, but
they are putting that spin on it, and I do want you to go off on the transparency thing, but punctuated by this sentence here: the scenes unfolding on the video are murky. In retrospect, it is clear that the images were misinterpreted by those who decided to fire. So, oopsie daisies, those who decided to fire. Look, they don't fire without the go-ahead from the president.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. But it also, I think part of it is also setting up for more autonomous or more clear decision-making tools, AI, robots. That's always an angle to consider with this as well. Like, the humans using grainy footage is not good. But plus, in theory, not theory.
Because they do stress that spotting that. So there's a child in the video.
Right.
And they're saying, but spotting that was obviously only in hindsight with the luxury of time.
Right.
Like, a human being couldn't have seen that child at the moment.
Yeah. And
if only there was an AI.
According to some military friends and brethren, there are already drone technologies that are much more precise, like swarms of drones that go down and take a person out and then leave and barely leave a trace. That kind of stuff exists. So if they really want to do it, they could. The only reason why they would use this type of this level of the public available weapons and everything else is for some kind of political fodder, and in this case, I just have a hard time believing that any of this happens in a vacuum. The strike, the footage coming out, like it just all feels like a very controlled thing, and part of it also is to weaken the United States, I believe. Public confidence in governments, especially because if like the World Economic Forum and the UN and those guys know that they're losing influence, they don't want nation states to regain any of that. That's part of the Trump's whole thing. You know? So even if it is under Biden, if the United States comes together and they're like, no, we don't want to, we don't want this, that's a problem too. So anyway, just, some spin-off analysis of all this stuff. But the second era of drones, as you reported a few episodes ago, begins with the declassified footage of the U.S. government taking people out, taking innocent children out.
A bad old drone.
Yeah.
Bad old drone killing 9 children.
This is from the first era. We're in the second era now. We are in a new epoch.
Yeah, we got to get the humans out from being involved in the drones.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at the sloppy old human-managed drone.
How is a human supposed to tell that those are 9 children running around? They don't have robo eyes.
Yeah, they don't have biometrics and social media spiders.
Okay. All right, should we take a look at some art?
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
I pressed the wrong button.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
We'll get back to that wake-up jingle in a moment. But before we do, we're going to take a few moments here to thank the rest of our producers who came in with their time and talent. We consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place for therapeutic reflection of our troubling world, like crazy drone footage and propaganda in media to benefit who knows in the shadowy corners of our government. And to do so, to deal with it, to process such troubling things that are happening around us, we encourage our producers to do so with art and music, paintings, all different ways. And so what we want to do in this break is to simply thank and present the artwork and the music and everything that our producers submit to us as part of building the culture here at Canary Cry, I don't know, Empire, whatever you want to call it. And to start things off, we're going to thank Jade Bouncerson for doing the timestamps for episode 435. Thank you very much, Jade Bouncerson. And we're going to highlight some audio production here.
Audio production.
Woo! Yeah. And the first person that I want to mention here is Chester W. And Chester W. sent in a little ISO here. I'll play in a second, but basically he has a note. When it comes to really explaining the passage of time, parentheses, specifically our perception of it, I think Gonz said it best. God bless y'all. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Time goes by faster than a looping ring elephant. Looping ring elephant, Basil.
Was that a clip? That was a clip of you?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I am
looping ring elephant?
I am convinced that this was a solo episode where you were gone. And I probably was on a rant and I got distracted to like get going on the next thing, but my mouth kept moving and I needed to finish the thought.
Just filler.
I needed to land it somewhere. So looping elephant, whatever I said there. Here, one more time. Here, listen. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Time goes by faster than a looping ring elephant. Time goes by faster.
I remember that. I think that might have been in like last episode or something.
Maybe. You're right. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's something I would say when you're not here, though.
Yeah.
Because you would usually jump in to, comment on things like
sometimes
that,
it's fun to just let you hang there, though.
Oh, thanks.
Just let you hang there.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you admitted that, so I know now.
Consider the consequences of your actions.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much, Chester W., the millennial birthday bro love. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Chester.
We got another piece here from Mike K. Mike K came in. Oi, mates. It's been a while since I've had time to work on any music, but I had some samples saved in a rare free evening. Music attached. God's blessing, Mike. And oh my gosh, I want to play the whole thing. It is 1:26. We'll play.
I think we can live with 1:26.
Okay, because
I mean it's pretty good.
It's really good. Here it is.
Wives in the cosmos, children in the space lane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space plane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward on board. The passengers experienced 3 G's of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes, do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Avius anchor.
We have Basil. He's a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Wives in space, children in the cosmos. Go to space with your best friend, brother. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space lane.
We are headed to space.
Avius anchor. So good.
So good. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space plane. Thank you very much. Who is this? This is Mike K. Thank you very much, producer Mike K. Very well done. So chill, so fun. There's so much in there.
Yeah.
That when it first came in, I had to just sit there with it on repeat for a while.
Oh no, the Richard Branson.
Grasp.
Yeah, no, it's really well done. It's just all the Richard Branson splice-ins and the rhythms.
Yeah, I remember that episode too. Is during his space flight. Yeah. So good. Well, we're going to be playing it again in full at the Canary Cry mixtape at the end of the show. Thank you very much, producer Mike K. Mike K, notably, if you're wondering, was the producer of the Fun Fact song.
Oh.
That was the Raptor song.
Right.
Or Fun Fact.
Do you want me to play it right now? Or
yeah, you got it around? It's not, sorry, that's different from the Raptor song. Fun Fact is different, right?
No, Fun Fact is the Raptor song.
The Raptor song, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I know I have it
play
here
a little second of it so
somewhere.
people know Mike's other work here.
I'm trying to find. I know I have it here somewhere. I didn't get rid of it.
We haven't played it in a little while. It might not have made it onto the new board yet.
Well, it's not on the big board. I'm looking at the old board here. Oh, here we go.
Forgot how long the intro was.
So good.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Fun fact remix. Okay, there you go. So you guys know the Raptor song. It's the fun fact. Thank you very much, Mike K.
We're not gonna do the main chorus of that song.
We can't just sit here and play music. We got people to thank.
Okay.
You can play it in the outro.
All right.
It'll be a Mike K extravaganza.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike K. Jinx.
And yes, I like just playing that that space song just for fun now.
All right, appreciate it. Next up, we have... Oh, we got one... we already played it, but we'll thank him properly here.
Mm-hmm.
Biden's your Marty B. jingle.
Marty B came in with the CanaryCry.Party with vocals by Molly D, Robot Girls, Brian Day's daughter. would you play the Robot Girl song at the end of the show? I got to reach back into some of the archive there. I know I have it close by, but yeah, Robot Girl, Robot Boy, that was a good song too. We're gonna revive that one maybe.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, this was the Canary Cry Party with vocal, 33 seconds and 3/10, 33.3 seconds long. This clip, but here we go. Little bed.
Welcome to CanaryCry.Party. It's the place you wanna be. So stay. Welcome to CanaryCry. Gameplay. CanaryCry.Party.
So fun. So
Love it.
fun. Thank you very much, Marty B. That's great. We
And
should
Molly
just
D. Marty B and Molly D.
Oh, Molly D doing the Vokes on Vox, bro. Thank you very much, Marty and Molly.
Thank you. Awesome work. And there you go. That's it for the audio production for this episode. Let's get into some art production.
One art, please.
Starting off with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And Allie's note reads, "Birthday boy." Here's Allie's birthday drawing of Gonz, in which we can see how very excited he is to get that party started. "I am smiling," he says, with the jaunty tilt of his birthday hat. Whoop whoop.
It is a jaunty tilt of the birthday hat.
I'm fairly certain I speak for almost everyone when I suggest that we would like to hear the old "It's My Birthday" jingle gazing upon Gonz's stern visage. Why, even now I can almost hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Magoo.
Yes, and before you do play that, which we should play the Mr. Magoo over this, it looks great. I did post this on the Instagram and on Twitter, on Facebook. So if you're out there and you're not watching the live stream now, you can head on over to one of our social medias and find this piece. Find this beautifully rendered portrait here of Birthday Gonz by Dame Allie, and it'll make your life just a little bit better with his jaunty tilted birthday hat and his stern, unimpressed birthday look on his face while this song plays over it.
Happy birthday to me.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dame Allie.
Thank you, Dame Allie. You know, people that skip the producer section, they're really missing out on producers, having the art, requesting a jingle. It is a whole visual, auditory experience. It's a fully immersive.
It's the family experience. It's the culture experience.
Yeah,
you're only getting half the culture if you're skipping the producer segments.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Dame Allie. Appreciate the portrait. I'll send it to my wife. I'll be like, hey, look whose birthday it is. Just reminding you. All right, next up we have Sir Dove, Knight of Rosbeltia.
One art, please, from Dove.
And I love this little math equation.
Yeah, this is a great one.
that Dove sent. Dove sent a note. Peace. For this week's street team design, I did a quick flyer to help bring variant awareness to the people. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for you. P.S. Gonz, happy early birthday, homie. Thank you very much, Dove.
Mm-hmm. And this is great. We've got another flyer that will be going up at CanaryCry.Streetteam.com.
Oh, so
if you haven't been there, go check it out. CanaryCry.Streetteam.com. There's like almost 20 flyers there. They're PDF format, created by Sir Dove. Pretty much no matter what your community is like, you will find one of these flyers that will work for you. And they're hilarious. They're funny. They're meant to sort of wake people up, and it'll lead them to the show. So go to CanaryCry.Streetteam.com, print out some of these flyers, hang them up, send us some pictures. And here's the new one for today. Starting off, it's a triangle up at the top, and it's labeled Delta. A circle next, and it's labeled Omicron. because that's the Greek letters. The triangle is delta, O is Omicron. Then there's Delta Omicron, which is a triangle with a circle in it. And then next, it's a little Illuminati eyeball stoned pointing at you and going, "Ay." Which you really got to see it to like fully feel what is happening here. But I highly recommend. I'll probably put this one on social somewhere as well.
Oh, it's a great one. It just it captures the whole thing.
Delta
everything.
and Omicron. You put them together, you get a nice little stoned Illuminati eyeball, Eye of Providence there. And of course, a little link there to CanaryCry.Party, so everybody knows where to go to get more fun. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
Thank you, Sir Dove. Appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Razzled.
I know. I'm sorry. Sir Casey the Shield Knight, I believe, sent us a couple pieces of art here. And I'm not sure if this was like, hey, because I didn't see a note with it. And I don't know if it's him just
these
sending
are the
it to us.
Valentines. These are the Valentines.
Oh, they're Valentines. So he made them.
Are they the Valentines?
I don't know, but I think
you should
so.
look at
yes,
them.
yes.
Are you
Canary
looking
Cry
at
Valentine.
them? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out when the best timing for this was, but let's show them now, and we can make a fun announcement.
Okay. So this first one, it's a Valentine's card on the front here, and it says, "Hey girl, you must be a COVID booster with a syringe." Well, let me start that one over again. I should explain what's happening first before I read the captions.
Let me see which one you got up. Okay, yes. So these are Valentines that Sir Casey the Shield Knight actually sent me on Instagram first. And I'm like, oh my gosh, did you make these? We have got to put these on the show and more. So this first one, the image is of one of the soccer players that collapsed on the field, and his teammates are around him, and above that is a syringe going into a heart, and it's very romantic, and it says, "Hey girl, you must be a COVID booster because you make my heart stop." Very funny, very good. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
No,
and
that's pretty solid. Yeah,
I look at memes probably like all day long. I have not seen this pop up yet. So the fact that Sir Casey the Shield Knight was the first one to get this going, at least in my world, is very, very impressive. And let's check out the next one before we go on.
I just realized I forgot the timestamp jingle. I got to add that into the thing when we thank the timestampers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll thank them again in a second. Okay. Let's finish this.
Okay. Yes.
On track. So, yes, we've got another. Did you switch it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to wait. I'm going to stall for 2 seconds as my stream catches up to Gonz's stream. There we go. Here's another Valentine. It's a very romantic looking man with a pencil mustache and a unibrow. And he's dressed in a suit, and he's holding his hand out towards the viewer. And it says, "Like a booster shot of love, you make my heart swell up." And he's holding his chest like he's having a heart attack. And of course, he got a nice little syringe there above. So Sir Casey and I got to talking, and we think it's a pretty funny idea to have a Canary Cry Valentine's contest. I think now's the time. You know, what are we, a month out? Less than a month. Yeah, we should start now. So we will figure out prizes, things like that. We have a couple options, but and we're going to figure out exactly how voting will happen. But if you're out there and you got a funny idea and you're a creative person or a Canary Cry Valentine, from now until Valentine's Day, we'll be taking submission to the first ever Canary Cry Valentine's, competition. We're still working on the PR, folks.
I love how we went from, hey, Valentine's Day is pagan to Canary Cry Valentine.
Well, see, that's some That's what we do here. That's some inspiration. You can make some Valentines about how Valentine's
explaining,
Day.
Yeah, you know, that was actually what I was going to say, and I totally forgot about it. Was who was our producer that asked us that? It was the executive producer today. Let me just double check on that. Yeah, it was Sir Aaron J. Knight of the Cute Little Piggies. Is if you can have a conversation about the realities without making it, you know, judgy or anything, but just, you know, have the conversation to raise awareness about the reality of the situation, that would be way more fruitful, especially long term. So yeah, if we're going to get creative about this competition, that could be an angle to approach it with.
Yes. So here's what I think we'll figure out the details, but start thinking about it now. Valentine's Day is a show day, Gonz.
Oh, is it?
On Valentine's Day, we will announce the winner of the Canary Cry Valentine's competition. Details are to come soon. But remember, it doesn't have to be about vaccines. You know, it could be about all sorts of things. It could be about Nephilim, could be about UFOs, could be about lizard people, could be about the World Economic Forum, Fauci, Bill Gates, whatever. You know, anything Canary Cry related. Make a Valentine's card out of it and emailed it to us. And we will have more details next episode. We'll have some sort of voting mechanism, and the winner will get some sort of prize on Valentine's Day.
All right.
I would like it if it said Canary Cry on it somewhere. Maybe, I mean, here's the thing. Whether you put CanaryCry.Party on it or not before you send it to us, we're probably going to put CanaryCry.Party on it because, look, if these blow up, we're going to have so many Valentine's people visiting the show and waking up. So this is an awesome way to share the show. Make a Canary Cry Valentine's, put CanaryCry.Party on it, or we will.
Yeah.
And we'll get them out to the people, baby.
Think of the journey.
The truth people need the conspiracy theorists need their own Valentines.
Well, think of the journey of the normie who just randomly comes across this Valentine's card on the internet, gets really triggered, like, oh, what is this nonsense? Starts listening to the show, realizes that he's been lied to, and then, has the awakening, and then all of a sudden realizes that even beyond that, what?
Falls in love with truth because it's Valentine's Day.
And as the process gets led to Christ, and now he's saved, and it all happened because of a silly Valentine's Day card.
Because of a funny Valentine's Day card. That's how life works, man.
Yep.
So there you go. Canary Cry Valentine's contest will be finito on Valentine's Day. So from now until then, email your Canary Cry Valentines to canarycryradio@gmail.com. More details to come.
All right, we got one more artist to thank, and that is Lloyd V. Came in with 4 deep fakes.
4?
Yes, but
there's too many.
Well, 3 of them are new. One of them is old. The first one I'll play is from last year. It's a deep fake of me as Trump receiving happy birthday. This is more of a visual, admittedly. If those of you listening, picture Trump on the podium, but my face.
Oh, this is when they are singing happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very funny. Happy birthday, Trump Gonz.
Trump Gonz. This next one, these 3 new ones now. This next one is Gonz. What is this? Gonz mad on B-Day.
Happy birthday.
So you just gonna bring me a birthday gift on my birthday to my birthday party on my birthday with a birthday gift?
Happy birthday.
I don't know what is happening in this scene.
It's some sort of sketch on some sort of comedy show.
Is it a sketch or is this like a reality TV show?
I think this is a sketch of a reality TV show. I mean, there's men in wigs pretending to be women.
Well, that's a thing. Mainstream progressive reality TV shows.
Gonz, that's bigoted. Those ones aren't pretending. These ones are definitely pretending.
Okay.
Yeah, Gonz is one of these. Is a birthday brat wearing a blonde wig, throwing drinks in people's faces.
That was mean, though, crushing a glass, like a nice wine glass on someone's face.
Mm-hmm.
Who was trying to hand you a birthday present.
You know, Gonz, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not you.
You've never seen me dressed like that.
The evidence right here. It's your face, Gonz. It's your face smashing wine glasses on people.
I wish there wasn't this barrier between us. Basil, I would hit you all the time.
I know. Look, we record in separate locations for my safety, folks. Especially on Gonz's birthday. Thank you very much, Lloyd V. What do we got next?
He's not done yet. There's Gonz Chan. This is Jackie Chan montage with me as deep faked on there.
This way, you go this way. Speak English. What do you say?
Okay.
There you go.
Is that how you imagined yourself as a kid watching Jackie Chan movies? Seeing yourself literally represented in film?
Having a really cool, hip, black co-star?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sorry. Couldn't make that dream come true for you.
Fell short a little bit. Could have had a lot more street cred.
Man,
but went with,
the show would be so much cooler.
And then the one that really confused me, but it is what it is. Gonz's lost bro singing "Happy B-Day."
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Wow. This is like, what is this, Indian Gonz?
If I was from India.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Lloyd V.
Thank you, Lloyd V. I just want to say thank you to Lloyd V. Just thinking of him spending who knows how long sitting there, having to keyframe my face on somebody else's face.
I'm sure he has some sort of automatic process for that.
Some tracking, stroke tracking or whatever.
I'm sure it's some app or something, but that's
keyframe.
Still worth it. Still worth it.
Yeah.
I wonder. No, I don't think I could.
What are we going to do? It sounds like you had an idea that you didn't feel was appropriate to verbalize.
No, I was trying to figure it out if I should put these on the social media, but I think that might bring some attention that
like
is
unwanted attention.
Yeah.
Look at these guys pushing deep fakes. Look at this. He thinks he's Indian.
Yeah. That's the last. There's a checklist of things for like how canceled you get when you start doing like deep fakes of ethnic people, non-whites, that's like the last checklist on the list to completely ban you from all public life.
Whoever deep fakes, yeah, you're right. That is a thing. I didn't even think about that. The racial.
Of course you wouldn't think about that, Gonz. You're not white.
Oh yeah, they've instilled a lot of fear in you folks, huh?
That's all we think about nowadays.
You poor people.
Get canceled. The oppression.
You poor people. But you guys were on the top of the mountain for too long. That's what the progressive woke people say.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks a lot, Lord V. Appreciate it.
Enough of that.
Okay, let's do. Do we have what is it called? What am I clicking on? I'm completely lost track of what I'm doing.
Why don't you hit the timestamp jingle for our timestamper, Jade Bouncerson?
Oh, right. Okay. Well, wasn't ready for that one.
Oh,
thanks for doing that.
Well, we don't have to. It's your birthday.
Where do you get these guys? And the press says I don't know how to do this stuff.
What is that?
This is labeled timestamp.
That's Okay.
I think it was somebody did send it to us recently. I thought there was a different. I thought maybe Marty B sent us a timestamp.
Yeah, we have the Marty B timestamps.
what I
It's
thought.
hard. It's hard work.
That's what I thought.
Okay, let's move on.
I got it.
It's not worth doing this.
I got it.
Timestamp. It's hard work. Timestamp.
There we go. That's better. Okay.
Wow, we did it.
We did it. All right, you want to do the microfiction by Runk Smash?
Yep, let's do it. Thanks for the. You know, and speaking of which, Runk Smash didn't make it into the producer segment. So, Runk Smash.
Well, he said.
What?
He mentioned, I think, an episode or two ago that he wants to reset his streak so he can get some of the lower numbers. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
So he did it.
Oh, so he didn't come in on Proton Mail.
I don't think so. Oh no, he had a
did.
message.
It's right here.
No, I have the message from him, but in terms of. Okay, anyway.
Gonzo, I'm telling you, I'm looking at his producership right now from today.
Like the actual amount and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
So Runk Smash came in with the Dogecoin, making him the crypto producer for today.
Okay, here we go. And he's on. Is he?
Is this a crypto? Do I look like I know what a crypto is?
Thank you, Runk Smash. On a streak, 58 episodes in a row. There we go. We made it. And he also sent in some microfiction to keep the ball rolling. And it goes like this. Oh, he says, I couldn't just mooch, so I'm technically anonymous for today. Gonz, what is going on?
I don't know. That's what I was saying. I don't know what's happening. That's why I said I didn't see anything.
Okay. Well, he's anonymous, I guess. Here's the microfiction from nobody.
From anonymous. This is anonymous microfiction.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, we are screwing this up so bad. But here it goes. It'll be like that sports ball game, but in the metaverse and Illuminati. Basil says excitedly to Gonz. What do you think? Gonz responds hesitantly. Sorry, I was distracted. I don't think we should give up podcasting. I kind of like it. I am
overly epic.
More lost than I've ever been. Live on the. I'm floating in an abyss of confusion.
You're lost on multiple levels.
Yeah, but I'm found in the most important levels. Thank you very much, Runk Smash. Or not, or something.
We just that was like a universes colliding. First break, second break, collision.
Yeah, it's kind of gone off the rails a little bit, this whole show. All right, tell us about the meetups.
CanaryCry Meetups.
Visit CanaryCry.Meetups.com and find out if there is a meetup of like-minded people, listeners of Canary Cry News Talk, near you. And if there isn't a meetup happening close by, go ahead and choose a location near you, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and promote it, and you can host your own meetup. Ciara has been one of our most...
We will promote it, by the way.
Yeah, we'll promote it.
You send it to us.
Did I say you promote it?
You told them to promote it.
Oh yeah, do that too. But we'll help you. We'll do most of the promotion. Ciara has been one of the most prolific meetup organizers, and she does a Zoom call every third Saturday of the month. And you can contact ciaralauren93@gmail.com if you want to join in on that. Is that? That was last week.
Yep.
Oh.
But she still does it every third Saturday, so you can plan on it.
Perfect. She's also organizing the Washington and Canada Canary Cry Community Meetup at the Peace Arch National Park, March 19th, 2022. And the last we heard, Ciara was trying to find out if there was anybody from Canada that actually wanted to attend so they can organize accordingly. All right, so a couple meetups happening tomorrow. Florida Panhandle CCC meetup at 5:33 p.m. at Ye Old Brothers Brewery in Navarre, Florida. Kids welcomed, And you can RSVP kmbrown815@gmail.com and jackie.umfrey@mail.com. Looking forward to seeing a report from the Florida Panhandle meetup. And also South Carolina meetup. The South Carolina Super Southeast Mega Meetup is happening also on January 22nd, Saturday. It starts at 4:30 p.m., so about an hour before the Florida Panhandle meetup. And I like their new flyer here because the location has been redacted. The flyer actually shows redacted. And instead of their old venue, now it shows Southern Growl, Greer, South Carolina. Contact producer JC or producer Morv at sccanarians@protonmail.com. And looking forward to seeing a report from there as well. This is a long time coming. You guys, the producers there, JC and Morv, I think we're talking about this a few weeks ago, and now it's happening. So,
longer than
congratulations.
that. They've been planning it for months.
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be great. Can't wait. Congratulations to Southern Carolina.
Southern Carolina?
What did I say? What did
you
say?
You said it's South Carolina. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, there is probably a Southern Carolina, but
South Carolina. Congratulations, South Carolina and Florida. Big old meetups going on in the South, and hopefully the weather works out for everybody. But again, take some pictures, take some some voice notes. Use your little voice recorder on your phone. Have pass it around. People say hi. Think outside the cage, stuff like that. We love the meetups. Let us know how it goes.
Yep. And one more here, scheduled for February 12th, 2022. It's the San Antonio, Texas Canary Cry meetup. And currently, that is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time at Demos Greek Food on North St. Mary Street. But that can change. Contact Dwight B. bemisdead@yahoo.com and figure out a way or a place to meet up. Or actually, I think there is a place.
They're all good. They're just good. Go contact the host. Go to the meetup.
Contact Dwight B.
What's the problem here?
There's a little thing in the flyer that says time venue up for discussion.
Yeah.
So if you want to
that's how it works. You go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. You find one that's near you. There will be an email address for the host. Email them. Tell them you're interested. And what Dwight is saying is, hey, we have a plan, but it depends who can make it, who can't make it, and if there's a cooler place. So get involved in the conversation.
There you go. All right. That's all the scheduled meetups. Looking forward to the weekend here. A couple big ones. And let us know how it goes.
CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Go to it. I do have one more thing after the meetup jingle.
This is fun!
Remember, CanaryCryBingo.com. We're playing a year-long game of bingo. We've got bingo cards at Canary Cry Bingo. Go print it off, play along with us. We've already crossed off at least one thing, and I think there's going to be more. I forgot to have my bingo card up today, but go get it. If you can either play the pre-made bingo card that Miss G Beauty made, or there's a DIY. You can make one yourself, send it in. We'd love to post it for other people to play. CanaryCryBingo.com. Also, of course, CanaryCryStreetTeam.com. Go get those street team flyers. Hang them up, baby. They're super funny. You're going to make, if nothing else, you'll bring some smiles to somebody's day out there. And lastly, I want to mention the Canary Cry Clips channel. My goal here was to get 100 followers by the end of this show. Not for nothing. For when we get 100 followers, then I can change the URL. Right now, our URL is like that crazy, long, stupid, random URL that you get automatically. But when you get 100 followers, we can change that to youtube.com/CanaryCryClips. But right now, Gonz, I don't know if you noticed, but in the YouTube channel, I ran a poll, baby. Been a while since I've done a poll. And the poll was, have you subscribed to the Canary Cry Clips channel yet? The answers were yes, I'm a real winner, or no, I'm submitting to the lizards. And 62% of 113 votes said, yes, I'm a real winner. So we have 62% real winners watching live right now on YouTube, by the way. And that means that 37%, which is about 30, that would actually be over 37 people and be like 38 people or something, said, no, I'm submitting to the lizard people. I'm not following your clip channel. Folks, we have 70 subscribers on the clip channel. Literally, if those people who said no just followed, we would have hit the goal. So come on, lizard submitters, go follow Canary Cry Clips. You're on YouTube literally right now as we speak. Go follow the channel. Please, please, please. I want to get rid of this horrible URL and get us a sweet, cool new one. And you can make that happen. Go to YouTube, search for Canary Cry Clips, follow the channel. It's great. You're going to love it. It's going to be the clipped out version of the show.
Yeah,
okay.
Go to Canary Cry Clips and do this.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
Oh, yeah. And when you do go subscribe, go hit like on all the clips there. You know, we got to get our algos moving. So go do it. Thank you very much.
Do you have any reviews?
Oh, my gosh. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
This is the never-ending episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Yes. Yes, we've got some reviews. You did it, people. You did it. You're the best. And I'm going to read the reviews now. Thank you to everybody who left some reviews. Oh, wow. There we go. Gonz, I don't know what it says about our people, but as of the 13th, we had one review on the entire month, the entire new year. And I took a little bit of a different strategy that day.
Upset.
I went from the earnest asking and sort of logical explanation about why we need them, the friendly requests to go leave ratings and reviews, and that got me one review for 2 weeks, and then I switched. I flipped the switch and became sort of abusive and berating towards the Apple Podcast listeners who had not left ratings and reviews. And I don't know what that says about them. And I don't know what it says about me. But it worked. It worked like a charm. So y'all are just asking to be abused when reviews don't come in. But thank you very much. This really helps. We got a nice big chunk of reviews. I'm just going to start reading them, and we'll make it as far as we can. And if we have to stop, we'll stop, and we'll save some for next Friday. Don't take that as an invitation to not leave ratings and reviews. Take this as inspiration if you have not left a rating and a review. I'm talking to you, Apple Podcast listeners. Don't sit here and say, ha, 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 I'm such a rascal. Basil got so mad at me, and I still didn't leave a rating and a review. And now all these other losers left a review, and I'm still not going to do it now. No, that's not what you're supposed to take from this. You're supposed to take, it's time to go leave a rating and a review because it really helps us out. We're starting strong in so many ways here in 2022. And starting out strong on ratings and reviews is an excellent way to help the show. Just takes 2 seconds. You're already on Apple Podcasts. Leave a rating and review. Okay. I'll abuse and berate you later. But I do want to thank some reviewers, starting with Bee-Boo Zuzu.
All right.
From the United States. 5 stars. News for people who hate news. Yeah. I was that teenager that read newspapers and always caught the morning and evening news with my dutiful American parents. I quit listening to the mainstream or corporate news when my then boyfriend, now husband of 13 years, was deployed to a combat zone 15 years or so ago. When he came home 22 months later, I was so out of the habit, I just never went back to it. I sometimes felt out of the loop when conversing with friends and yearned to keep up with current events so as to not seem like a simpleton. After all, I do have a bachelor's degree and going back to school for my RN. Ooh, congratulations. Great job. Motivated young lady here. I went back to the mainstream news and found it disgusting. Everything was politically divided and dumbed down. I could just see the propaganda for what it was. Thankfully, I finally found Canary Cry News radio this year to make the news way more palatable. Informing and fun. I appreciate how much work they put into creating a podcast full of the most important news topics of the day without any sort of right-left slant. I often put the headphones in and find myself nodding my head in agreement and giggling in amusement. The best part is that this show is completely family-friendly, and I never hesitate to have the podcast playing in the car while my kids' ever-listening ears are within reach. My kids actually love this podcast, too. My 9-year-old can often be heard around the house saying CCNT phrases like Doctor Who done that, and it's Corona time. Or singing CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. At random, great marketing, boys. Basil and Gonz help remind me that I'm not alone in questioning mainstream narratives and give great sources and insight into the motives behind the propaganda-filled news. Thanks again for all the hard work you do to keep us informed. Hold strong, love and hugs from a sister in Christ, a Bibu Zuzu. Thank you very much, Bibu Zuzu.
Thank you so much. That was really sweet. Yeah.
Excellently done review. We appreciate it very much. Next, we have I'm thinking of the kids running around screaming.
I know.
It's Corona time. And Doctor Who done that.
Doctor Who done that.
You hear that? Doctor Who done that? There's children shouting your name somewhere.
This is the start of something beautiful.
It's a family. Next up, we got Jay Good Modding from the United States. 5 stars. The 2 best friends I've ever met. These 2 share.
I've never met. Yeah.
Oh, I see. 2 best friends I've never met. These 2 share headlines from and stories posted from mainstream media sources, then refute with facts using the Bible, common sense, and after doing research, the truth. They have fun, and after a few years, they feel like family. Ooh, few years. We got a long-time listener.
Yeah.
Took you long enough to leave a review, Jay Good.
Jay Good liked the abuse. He's like, all right.
Yeah,
you remind me of my
you?
coach that verbally abused me. I'll make it happen.
You know, I've been going for this best buddy vibe for many years. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about switching over to stern father figure.
No, see, here's the thing.
That's my new brand stern father figure.
No. You got to understand that it's all about the dynamics. It's your soft, gentle.
Oh, it's the switch.
It's the switch that gets people's attention. Go, oh my gosh, Basil, something's. I better do it now. He's mad.
Yeah, much like many father figures.
That's what I'm saying, man.
The review goes on. Gonz, do Tucker look from interview. Basil, do a Glenn Beck impression from the interview. Think it will be funny. Love you guys.
Doesn't Tucker do is his mouth open?
Yeah, he's got his furrowed brow, mouth open, sort of absent look in his eyes. And then I'll do a Glenn Beck impression from Tucker interview.
Okay, so I'm listening to you talk about the Great Reset. All right.
Have you ever heard of the Great Reset? I'm Glenn Beck. I'm a sentient walking chicken sandwich that fell into a vat of, I don't know.
Dude, I can't. You want me to keep a Tucker face?
I'm a sentient chicken sandwich. I fell into a giant pile of thrift store donations, and here I am on the Tucker Show. You ever heard of the Great Reset? I'm the one who found out about it yesterday. Listen to me. I'm Glenn Beck. Sentient chicken sandwich. Thank you very much, Jay Good. Appreciate it.
Well, I don't know what just happened.
Next, we have Davey 540 from the United States. Something about this show. We're not even longer. We're still under time for most shows, and I feel like we've completely lost control of this entire show. We are totally off the rails. I don't even know how to get back on the rails, but we got to continue with the reviews. Okay. This is from Davey 540.
Oh, not Davey 504, the famous bassist YouTuber.
Is that a thing?
He's a thing.
Is
He's
that a
got
real
10
guy?
million subscribers, Basil.
Man, Davey 540, you just missed it.
I know.
Maybe it is him. Who knows? United States of America, 5 stars. I could have sworn I already rated this. No, I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe you did. I wouldn't know. What do I
Can
do?
you? I thought you couldn't do it twice.
I think it might delete your previous one.
Oh,
if you
do it
leave
again?
another review, I think it deletes your previous review. It updates it. Next up is X Sounds from United States of America, 5 stars. Shibboleth. If you ever needed a friend hold on. If you ever needed a friend, then you would know there's always help for the widow's son. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, this is the 3 review I wrote in 3 years. These guys are the best. It's news with a biblical worldview, never skewed any political division or geographical disconnect. Their news is just the fist's 3 steps to the holiest of holies, a glimpse from the outer portico of Boaz. So mote it be. Wow, there's a lot in there, man.
I feel like he's one of those that really got triggered from your anger.
There's there's things going on in here I don't think I want to reveal. There's only a special group of people out there who fully understand what's being done.
All right, fine. Now you're doing secrets within secrets. This is the beginning of the end.
It's a big club, Gonz, and you ain't in it.
This is how you create division. This is how you divide and conquer. Googly-eyed man, I never should have trusted you.
These are all Mason references.
Okay.
Yeah, they're secret Mason code words. Next up, Waydiverse from the United States. Thank you very much, X Sounds. Next, we have Waydiverse, 5 stars. Are you John Connor? Hey guys, I just want to say thank you for your in-depth analysis of the world as we live it. Your love of God and your value for value model is why I don't mind investing in your platform every month. Let us spread the word of this blessed fellowship. And do you sell merch? Wade, I need to be rocking a canary cage tee and a bumper sticker to spread the word. We do not sell merch, Wade. You know this, but we do have the Canary Cry supply drop, which I'm pretty sure Wade is already in. So he's just giving me an opportunity to advertise it. There you go. If you want cool stuff, everybody, go to CanaryCry.Supply.com. Thank you very much, Waydiverse.
Thank you, Waydiverse. We got 4 more.
We have 4 more. Okay, but they're short. Here we go. Mr. Dandy from Canada says 5 stars, safe and effective news. The Canary Cry News Talk is safe and effective. Don't listen to the conspiracy theorists. Are you like me, like things made of wood because they can't become sentient? Unlike the toaster you won't let in the house, these guys are safe for your whole family. Don't let Fauci get Granny or Flippy take your kids' jobs. Become a producer of the news source you can trust today.
I like it. It's like copy for an advertisement.
Yeah, well, it's also like the secret Mason code word, but only for Canary Cry News Talk version.
Yeah.
Because everybody here knows exactly what he's saying.
Right.
But, thank you very much, Mr. Dendy.
Thank you
Next
very
up,
much.
Lovin' Yahweh in the United States. 5 stars, news and event deconstruction. Whether you know what's going on around us or trying to figure it out, you got to give these guys a listen. They comment and analyze on many topics like technology, science, politics, entertainment, cryptocurrency, and plenty more. I don't care who you are, dear person or AI reading this, you will absolutely get something out of this podcast. Basil and Gonz, you are doing a great job. Shout out to the producers. Sincerely, Lovin' Ya in the chat. Thank you very much.
Lovin' Ya.
Good job, everybody, and shout out to the producers. Next, we've got Jack's Dagger, which is the coolest name that I've seen on Apple Podcasts. Jack's Dagger from the U.S. It says 5 stars, a fresh perspective on the current events. Basil and Gonz deliver value for value in the current events and how the media reporting on it. They have opened my eyes to the enemy's control over the news, movies, and social media. Also, how soon the fulfillment of biblical prophecy will be. If you are attracted to content that is immediately tagged as misinformation by the big tech fact checkers, you're at the right podcast. Oh, no. Thank you very much, Jack's Dagger. Sounds like a dangerous fella.
Thank you very much.
All right. Last but not least, we've got Lorelei 13 from the U.S.
Lorelei.
5 stars. This is how I know what's going on in the world. After listening to mainstream news, then more inflammatory news shows, and getting super angry and depressed, this show is how I keep abreast of news without extreme emotional reactions. I had to steal my son's phone to leave this review. You're welcome, Basil. Thank you, Lorelei13. And yes, that's a great recommendation to everyone. Steal your son's phone or your daughter's phone or your mom's or your dad. Just steal a phone. Walk into an Apple store. You know, they'll let you piddle around on Apple Podcasts on the phones in the Apple store. You can leave reviews from there. That's just I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying I've heard of someone doing that before. I would never tell you to do that. But I wouldn't tell you not to either. Thank you very much, Lorelei13. And thank you to all of the reviewers and raters. You guys have made Daddy Basil proud. And if you haven't left a review, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. You want to earn my love? Apple Podcast listeners, you're already on the app. Like, I don't get... Okay.
All right. Yep.
They get it.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Go leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. It helps us out more than I could possibly make anyone understand, apparently, unless you left a review, in which case you totally understand, and thank you very much. It helps us out, gets those robots cranking, the algorithms, sharing the show. Hundreds of new people find the show all the time when we get 5 or more reviews per week.
You know,
and there we go.
We were supposed to start the show early today, and it still feels like we're running.
I know.
late. I promised people that I was going to be done early.
It's the birthday blues.
Oh, blame it on the birthday blues. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's run through this last segment here, and we'll call it a day.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Are you even woke?
Woke up, man.
Real important stories. CBSNews.com. M&M characters redesigned for a, quote, more dynamic, progressive world, Mars announces.
M&M characters redesigned. So, okay. So, like when you're at the movies and the M&M thing comes on. Okay.
Right. Now, this article makes some, well, I guess they're reporting on some of the things that M&M says, which I had no idea about. M&M's iconic characters, 6 different colored lentils, each with their own personality, have gotten a modern makeover for a more dynamic, progressive world, Mars said Thursday. The redesign is focused on creating a sense of belonging and community, as well as spotlighting the characters' personalities rather than their gender. And I'm thinking, was there even, like, I didn't even notice that there was a gender problem here. Like, who's complaining about this?
I didn't either. There was definitely at least one girl.
Sure. Okay.
And I think there was 2 female M&Ms.
Yeah. Well, here's some of the upgrades.
Okay.
So we know.
All right.
The most notable changes include the green M&M's redesign, which will exchange the white-heeled go-go boots she was given in 1997 for, quote, cool, laid-back sneakers to reflect her effortless confidence. Yeah.
Okay, cool, laid-back sneakers.
Like, who's
what
gonna
are the kids
notice
into
this?
these days? Cool, laid-back sneakers.
Like, who's going to be like, oh, you know, I didn't like green M&M before, but now I can relate to her cool, laid-back sneakers.
You know what? This next sentence is what really gets me. May I, actually?
You want to read this next sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this was my question when we read the headline.
Yep.
And this is why we read the news, because they tell us what we want to hear. Mars had received criticism for the green M&M's sexy characterization. That green M&M is too sexy. What are you trying to do? There's children in this movie theater. Getting your green M&M's floozy up on the big screen. This is a Christian nation. And you're putting a sexy M&M up on the screen in front of my son? The green M&M will also be, quote, better represented to reflect confidence and empowerment as a strong female and known for much more than her boots.
I didn't know she was known for her boots to begin with.
Oh, Gonz. Oh, Gonz. You never saw that towering 20-foot green M&M in her go-go boots at the theater and said, nice boots.
No.
You were one of the people going, I wish that green M&M had cool laid-back sneakers to reflect her effortless confidence. She's trying too hard. That's the thing with the green M&M. She was always confident. That's like her personality. She was a very confident woman. But apparently people thought she was trying too hard to be confident. You got to have the cool, laid-back, effortless confidence. If you ask me, that's asking too much.
Yeah. Well, it gets even better here.
The green M&M. I'm taking over this article. The green M&M and the brown M&M will have a more friendly relationship, showcasing a force supporting women. Force supporting women.
They're a force.
What does that mean? They are a force supporting women. Okay, These M&Ms are here for you, ladies. The two characters' dynamic will have them, quote, together throwing shine and not shade, the company said.
Who's in that boardroom?
It sounds like Eminem knows just as much about Gen Zers as I do.
Just keep going. It gets even better.
The two characters. Look, I'm unwrapping this beautiful gift.
They have. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
The two characters have sometimes been at odds in advertisements, but they have also been seen as friends, or more than friends in others. Like this viral tweet from 2015, more than friends. Wow, I just glossed right over that. More than friends, like this viral tweet in 2015 showing the two holding hands on the beach. You'll notice the green M&M still rocking the go-go boots.
Well, this is 2015. That's why.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's too much. It's turned up the heat too much.
She's too hot for TV.
Too hot for TV. M&M.
She's too hot for TV, but it's okay for her to have this monogamous I can't say the word relationship with the brown M&M. Okay, go ahead.
They're just really good friends. Mars also added that the brown M&M heels will be lowered to a professional heel height. These M&Ms are too sexy, Mars. Tone it down. We need some cool laid back sneakers and some professional heel height.
I had this next paragraph highlighted, just so you know.
The orange M&M, who has an anxious personality, will embrace his true self, worries and all. But the orange M&M shoelaces will now be tied to represent his cautious nature. According to Mars, the orange M&M is, quote, one of the most relatable characters with Gen Z. No.
Finish the paragraph.
Which is the, quote, most anxious generation. I mean, they're not wrong.
Well, I didn't mean to do that, but...
Wow. Oh my gosh. This show is out of control.
That was the Holy Spirit moving my finger to pray for Mars.
For Gen Z, the most anxious generation.
And that's like, talk about throwing shade. How about throwing a shade at an entire well, they're anxious, so let's give them a character that they can relate to.
And I love how it's, the orange M&M, the neurotic OCD type M&M, who never tied his shoes. Well, listen up, Gen Z. This nervous little Nelly is tying his shoelaces. He's got his life together, and so can you. Now let's go skateboard. The red M&M, who has shown bully tendencies in the past, will be more kind to his co-characters. Mars will also include imagery of M&Ms of all shapes and sizes, moving away from only one body size, and it will remove the prefixes from the characters' names in order to focus on their personalities rather than their gender. Currently, only the brown M&M has a prefix, Ms. Brown, on the M&M website. The company hopes their changes will show the importance of self-expression and power of community. Wow. Well, okay. That is a lot. This is the one sending me over the edge a bit. This might be this is the perfect culmination of the madness that has been this entire episode, and I can't wait to see the reveal of these new M&Ms. Finally, I can see some, I don't know, representation of myself in the M&Ms. What is the? They didn't mention the yellow M&M. You know the yellow M&M?
No, I don't.
The yellow one was a peanut M&M. He was bigger and he was dumb. He's a big, dumb guy.
How do you remember so much about these M&M characters? Were they that big?
I go to the movies. I still go to the movies a lot. These M&Ms are still up.
No, I remember. Obviously, I remember the ads, but I don't remember all the details. It didn't affect my life to the point where these characters were like ingrained. But apparently, they really got to you.
I'm just saying, I like literally saw some of these M&M characters like last week watching Spider-Man.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they still play these things all the time. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Look, I'm not trying to be like M&M's going woke. Oh my gosh, it's not the M&M characters of my childhood. Back in my day, M&M's were sexy, and now they're professional and easygoing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying some consulting company got paid millions of dollars for these remakes
and
of M&M's.
The thing that's kind of sick about it is how Mars thought that by doing this, they are like the hubris of them thinking that by doing this with the ad campaign is going to, help shape a generation.
Right. Do their part.
Yeah. It's just like, you guys make candy. No one cares about your characters on ads.
So remember at the beginning of the article when it said Mars had received criticism for the green M&M's sexy characterization?
Right.
There's a hyperlink there.
Mm-hmm.
You follow the hyperlink.
Or Wall Street Journal, yeah.
A Wall Street Journal article headline.
1997.
Stop. Mars tries to lure consumers with M&M's amorous power in 1997. 25 years ago, the Wall Street Journal wrote an article about how M&M's sexy green M&M with the go-go boots. I don't even know. There's a paywall. I have no idea what they even said in the article. But Wall Street Journal getting in on the conversation in 1977.
Well, 1997.
1997. 25 years later. Most Gen Zs weren't even alive in 1997.
Well,
and suddenly M&M is getting on the train. Yeah. This is the social justice sort of whatever. I don't even know what it is. It's not even social justice. It's just like, I don't know.
It's social engineering is what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. There you go.
Wow. Thank you for bringing this. Thank you for letting me experience it.
Great. Yeah. This will fill your mind. It'll be something to tell all your friends and family.
Get those, there's a lot of M&M collectibles based on these characters. When I was a younger person, I would get like Christmas, like in my stocking, I'd get like a little character filled with M&Ms. If anybody out there has a green M&M in the go-go boots, like candy dispenser or something, send me an email.
Baby boys, what you Gonz do in the chat is saying, People are trying to cancel video game producers for their characters. You can put money on it. People trying to cancel chocolate mascots. That could be it too. Like they know that the woke thing, the cancels are going to come even harder. They're just getting ahead of it.
Maybe, but I think that's where the hubris is.
That's the hubris,
literally don't think anybody was thinking about the M&M characters.
No one's gonna care.
That's why to like make the case that they did this for a reason, they had to refer to a 1997 Wall Street Journal article. Nobody cares about these creatures.
They want Ben Shapiro to try to make, ban M&M's trend or something. Like get M&M
maybe
talked about on social media
like the
or something.
Dr. Seuss thing. Because Dr. Seuss sales went skyrocketed after the canceled Dr. Seuss thing. People went out and spent hundreds of dollars on Dr. Seuss books.
If they wanted to do that, they discontinue the green one for being too sexy.
Yeah, well, that's what they should have done.
Well, but they changed
made her less sexy.
Yeah, but I guess the change is one. Anyway, banning would have been more dramatic for the news.
Well,
if they wanted attention,
you can't. That's even more of like a social justice faux pas. Trying to change a woman. What, this woman is too much for you?
Wow,
that's confidence.
Whoa, patriarchy.
Exactly. Her confidence in her body and her attitude is too much for you. You're asking the sexy green M&M to dress down for you, Mr. Patriarchy? I don't think so.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are my high heels not professional enough for this workspace?
Someone please ISO Basil saying that and create visuals.
I think this I've flipped on this. This has a potential to backfire.
You think so?
You can't ask a woman to change.
Yeah, but that no one's going to think about this to the point where that narrative is going to be sticky enough.
My new thing.
Okay, well, it makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised, but also I don't think people are going to care enough to make that a trending topic. But anyway.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if I have anything to say about it. We'll see.
Good luck.
This is
go into your
just
basement
what the world needed right now, I think. They needed to go to war over
the green M&M is going to rebel. Yeah. All right. Couple more. Okay, yeah, we're breaking in. Kids are coming in the room now because we're so late.
Why don't you take control. I'm fine skipping this next one and going straight to the end if you want, or if it's
a clip, so I can just play the clip. This is ex-Pope Benedict failed to act against abusive priest in Germany. Report finds. 2-minute clip.
Retired Pope Benedict XVI is being accused of failing to act on child abuse in Germany. The accusation comes.
Hold on.
Space Pope Reptilian. In a new report that points to 4 cases while Benedict was an archbishop in Germany. The report was compiled by a German law firm hired by the church to look into abuse. The lawyers who wrote the report say the former pope denies any wrongdoing. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome now. Claudio, walk us through the details in this report.
Hey, Aaron. Well, this report was commissioned a couple of years ago by the Archdiocese of Munich after there were several cases of alleged sex abuses that were committed in that Archdiocese. And we did know that the Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, who used to be the Archbishop of that Archdiocese between 1977 and 1982, was among the people, of course, that was being investigated and was being looked into. But still, the findings are a lot more damaging that we thought. I mean, he's been openly accused of mishandling at least 4 cases of sexual abuses. Essentially, he'd either ignored them or he didn't do anything about them. And the lawyers who were given the commission by the Archdiocese to publish this report and these findings said that the Benedict XVI was informed of these findings, and he completely denied any wrongdoing, saying that he had no knowledge of those abuses. This denial that the lawyers said were not very credible. At the same time, the personal secretary of Benedict XVI, literally an hour ago, reacted and issued some sort of a statement saying that it's not true that the Pope knew all about the contents of this report, that he received these 1,000 pages report only today, and that he will examine them in the near future, in the coming days. He also said that, to finish that statement, he also said that as a pontiff, he said many times that he is shocked and ashamed of sexual abuses committed by the clergy, Aaron.
There you go.
Okay.
Ex-Pope Benedict failed to act against allegedly 4 cases.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I know. Everybody knew about it. I'm just wondering what, if anything, is going to come out of this, and what's the bottom line? And it doesn't seem like much.
And why would they make a big deal about it even now if something wasn't in the works?
Something to, because if you think about the Vatican, it is the one place where it's polarized a lot. Around the world, there are people that really don't trust the Vatican or anything they do, and there are people that are really bought in, the Catholic faith and everything like that. So it is one of the last places to do something when it comes to like a reset. If the Vatican does something drastic.
Yeah, but why the ex-pope?
Well,
that's
what I'm saying.
You're going to convict an ex-pope?
Not necessarily, but if they can say like, hey, it's been decades of people knowing that there's a problem, blah, blah, blah. We need to change something. Francis hasn't done much to change anything. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what it would entail. Perhaps a technocratic priest comes in or something and says, hey, we can track all the dioceses there and see what they're doing. And I have no idea, but it is kind of it's a weird timing of everything. And if we're talking about a reset and we're talking about some reported by researchers, some plans about the final pope, then Francis is it. So whatever the end looks like in their plans, who knows if they pull it off. And especially if it has something to do with biblical prophecy and, Rome in general. So, yep.
Keep an eye out.
One more here.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
And it's a story that comes from Bloomberg, and the headline is Elon Musk's brain implant company is inching toward human trials. It's just more of an update. He did say that he thought 2022 was the year human trials would begin. And it says here, Elon Musk's brain implant company Neurolink is now hiring a clinical trial director, an indication that the company's long-standing goal of implanting chips in human brains is coming closer. Just going to read the highlights here. The job description for the position, based in Fremont, California, promises that the application will, quote, work closely with the applicant will work closely with some of the most innovative doctors and top engineers, as well as with Neuralink's first clinical trial participants. So there you go. I mean, they're literally saying, like, we're looking for the guy that's going to help us do the first clinical trial. It also indicates that the job will mean leading and building, quote, the team responsible for enabling Neuralink's clinical research activities, as well as adhering to regulations. If a false prophet were ever to take up a job offer, this would be a good one.
Yeah, the head wound.
The head wound, yeah. The first inhuman test that medical device makers must go through on the path to U.S. Food and Drug Administration approval is known as a feasibility test. The next, after a submission, review, and approval process with the FDA based on the feasibility test, is a pivotal device test. It isn't clear precisely where Neuralink is in the process. Representatives from Neuralink and the FDA didn't respond to requests for comment. Generally, device makers hire trial directors early in the interaction with the FDA to help design trials in a way that would maximize the chances of FDA approval. Neuralink doesn't appear to have human trials posted on clinicaltrials.gov, but posting there can lag recruitment of the first patients. And then they mentioned Synchron, who's currently in the recruiting stage, and they've actually got FDA approval for its feasibility study. The Neuralink is also advertising for a Fremont-based clinical trial coordinator, as well as several other positions. So it looks like they're preparing for the rubber to really meet the road here in terms of human trials. And, this is one of those topics where, for whatever reason, with the vehicle of Neurolink, when I say vehicle, I mean narrative-wise, because there's been a lot of brain implant trials and different kind of studies and all that. But Neuralink seems to be the one everyone's interested in, and it's like, it feels like there's no going back once you start going in this direction. And the divide that we're seeing now between the jabbed and the unjabbed and everything else, that conversation of how medicine, a medical treatment is perceived by the population will continue to splinter off as these technologies become more available. And I would say most people will go with it because most people do, I mean, in certain ways, if the technology gets trendy and it doesn't really appear to hurt you in any way, mass populations will pick up on it. You got tobacco industry, you can look at alcohol, is a similar type of thing. So
a big part of what you're talking about is how do the clinical trials go, and then how do they get reported? Because you take a look at
all the
any recent clinical trials that seemed to kind of happen faster than usual, but had the full force of the mainstream corporate media and governments and behind it. The science didn't really matter. The data didn't really matter. But you get enough, cultural force behind it, and things can be great. Doesn't matter if the first brain implant guy goes completely nuts or dies or whatever, or any number of them.
Complications.
We know now that it doesn't matter how the trials go if you have the correct forces behind your device or your medical whatever to go through. And we've already seen how governments can come so close to forcing a medical procedure on everybody for the good of the common good, whatever. And you can see it happening in a different way. Probably not this year, probably not in the next 5 or 10 years, but perhaps in 2030, when other things are coalescing into some, predicted and planned agenda, we see now that governments can go a long way to forcing some sort of medical procedure on somebody if they want to participate in society. And what a great opportunity for Elon Musk or other, chip implant creators to make a case that having a chip implanted in your brain is a human right, and those who don't have the chip implanted are a danger to society.
Well, yes, but also if bringing the parallel even more closer together, if we're looking at the pattern of what we just experienced with this pandemic and the lockdowns and the FDA emergency use authorization and the military involvement in the developing of the technology for decades, and then a crisis that allows for mass distribution. If we deconstruct that with Neuralink, what crisis could we be in where the FDA is like, emergency use authorization of Neuralink, like everyone has to get hooked up?
Yeah.
It sounds really dystopian, science fiction, whatever, but that's kind of what the mark of the beast prophesies.
Complications from COVID vaccines.
Well, not even, think about this.
That's what I'm saying. Long-term complications from COVID vaccines.
It could be.
If
but
you don't get the chip, then your what do they call it? The graphite is going to hurt other people.
Right. Well, remember a few weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, we had that story about how dementia is going to triple by 2050 or something like that.
Right.
If dementia becomes a
health crisis,
a global health crisis, then the FDA can step in and say, we need to get in front of it everybody Neurolink up, or this wave of dementia. People are going to
become
die.
a burden on the state.
Yeah.
If you don't get the chip and you get the dementia, you're a burden on the state. You're taking up hospital beds for other people who are smart enough and kind enough to get chipped. So if you're not chipped, then sorry, you can't participate.
Yep. Good thing Jesus comes back, because, if he doesn't, all flesh would be destroyed, as says there in Matthew 24. And I believe it, with us being at the stage of human history where billionaires are preparing to put little microchips in our brains.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a good time. And with that, folks.
Good time. Yeah, that's the message.
Speaking of good times, thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk, the very special happy birthday episode for Gonz. Happy birthday, Gonz.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll be back on Monday, the 24th. That's Monday, January 24th. So make sure to show up, because we're going to have more Canary Cry News Talk for you. And remember, we'll need some producers for that episode. You can produce the show by heading to patreon.com/CCNT or CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
Woo!
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
Mm-hmm. And you can support the show there, become a producer, participate in the value for value model, join the wheel of value that keeps this show going. Maybe you've never produced the show before. Think about becoming a first timer. We can demooch you. That would be fun. Or, perhaps you want to sign up on a monthly basis, help the show out, and get some free gifts throughout the year, get the Canary Cry calendar. Well, you should join the Canary Cry supply drop. That sounds like it might be for you. Head on over to CanaryCrySupplyDrop.com for more info and sign-ups for that. Other than that, you know how it goes. It's the only way we can keep the show going. So if you get any value from it someday, you should think about putting some back in. And Monday might just be that day. That would be a great thing to do. A little peek into the back room here at Canary Cry News Talk. We did just make, for us, a pretty significant investment in some things that are going to drastically increase the quality around here. But we're on waiting lists and shipping is happening and things like that. But just know that the producerships and the producers, they don't just keep the show going, but they are a huge part of improving the show, upgrading things, and really elevating the experience around here. And someday we'll have a soundboard that actually obeys Gonz. But until that day, thank you very much for your producership. I want to thank the producers of this episode, starting with our executive producer, Sir Aaron J., Night of the Cute Little Piggies, and our supply drop producers, Morv, Ebony F., Tyler E., Sir Mike, Night of the Busy Bees, Sir Aaron J., Night of the Cute Little Piggies, and Bethany B., and of course the rest of our producers, Little Winged One, Belkis R., JC, Hannah G., Robert R., Jackie U., Morv, Jessica J., Heather Sir Russ, Gail M., Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, Jacqueline A., Azaria, Sir Mike, Knight of the Busy Bees, Child of God, Sir Samus, Knight of the Fishes, Josh M., Palmer B., Christopher O., Adam 42, Veronica D., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Doctor Who Done That, and Amanda P. Thank you all for the happy birthday wishes and supporting the show. And of course, thanks to our timestampers, our audio producers, art producers, and of course, other content production. We appreciate all of your involvement, and you too can get involved in any number of ways. Maybe producing the show financially is not in the cards for you. You can, create stuff for the show, whether it's audio or visual or, literary. Whatever your skills are, whatever your creative passions, you can create something for the show. We feature it on the show. It's a blast. It's fun to get people's work out there, and also how the world of Canary Cry sort of manifests in different creative people's brains. So maybe you've had an idea for something, but you just haven't quite gotten down and worked on it. Why don't you do that? Send it on in. You can send it to CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com or CanaryCry.Radio@protonmail.com. Also, you can get involved in other ways, like CanaryCry.StreetTeam.com. That's a blast. Nobody has sent me any pictures yet of those flyers hanging up, but I'm waiting. I know someday somebody's going to send me those pictures. Perhaps that's you. I'd love to feature it on the show. So go to CanaryCry.StreetTeam.com. You'll find all sorts of flyers, print some out, hang them up in your community, and it'll be a blast. Bring a smile to somebody's day. Let's see here. Did that. Oh, Canary Cry Bingo. I forgot to have my bingo card up this time, but when I can, I'm posting the bingo card updates on our social media, and I'll put them on the website too. So go to CanaryCryBingo.com, download the bingo card, play along with us, or create your own bingo card, and we can make it available to other people as well. Other than that, just share the show. Share it out. It's all good. People need to know about the show. Don't worry if you don't have a lot of followers or whatever. It's okay. It's mostly about those algorithms, baby. They rule the world. And if the algorithms see that people like the show, then they'll share the show with other people. You can send it to your friends and family, or, you can be a little bit more creative. And that's, not always easy to do, but some people like to figure out new ways to make the show palatable, or let other people know about it. And this one's simple. You don't really need to do anything that crazy. When it comes to mascots, sometimes they look better in go-go boots. Sometimes it just works, like M&M's in 1997, just really making a statement. So why don't you head on over to really any website that features canaries. Yeah, you just Google search the images of canaries, and then just Photoshop a bunch of go-go boots on them. Suddenly it'll become a meme. It's 2022, folks. You put some go-go boots on a canary, start posting it on Twitter, boom, everybody's spreading it around. The Gen Zs are remixing it, mixing it into other meme formats, like ponder my orb, but it'll be ponder my canary and go-go boots, all sorts of stuff like that. Come on now, Gen Zs, this is your time to shine. Get some canaries, Photoshop some go-go boots on those suckers, and then we will be as successful as the Mars Corporation with their green M&M. And probably what'll happen is that the New York Times or Wall Street Journal will write an article about how this random podcast started making go-go boot canaries in the attempt to get more people to listen to the show, and just how it worked so well, all thanks to you. If you need any more instructions, we call it rattling cages, and you all you do is you just walk right up to him, you grab him by the cage, and then you shake it.
We will hunt you down and make you pay.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, any last words?
Praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty heavens. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thank you for all the birthday blessings. Really appreciate it.
Amen. That's right. And if you want to hear me rant about the patriarchy even more, you should go check out the Ravel podcast. We've been doing some fun biblical patriarchy episodes, and it's really good. You should go check it out. Ravel podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. I think we're going on YouTube now. I'm not actually sure, but you can check it out. And it's a fun project that I do with a smart person. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk, everybody. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then,
I think outside the cage.
We're all gonna die.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I wanna shake things up, shake things up. I wanna shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I wanna stir up some controversy. I wanna rattle a few cages. I wanna rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Wives in the cosmos, children in the space lane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space lane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward. On board, the passengers experienced a 3 Gs of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes, do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Avius anchor.
We have Basil. He's a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Wives in space, children in the cosmos. With your best friend brother. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space lane.
We are headed to space.
Avius anchor. Avius anchor.
Robot girls are one, all together it's an image. Robot girls are one, all together it's an image. Robot girls are one, all together it's an image. Robot girls are one, all together it's an image. It might seem scary, so frightening. Get ready for it.
we gonna do? Burn!
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact. Fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
I was alone on the road, going nowhere. When I noticed I was lost,
keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!